Good morning, and welcome to the Polk County School Board's work session. We will now call this work session for March 19th, 2024 to order. I would like to thank everyone for joining us this morning, especially that guest sitting in the back there, my youngest daughter. So thanks for being here. We're humbled to serve alongside the staff members out there and the great work that you're doing, and definitely, I would say, the most highly educated workforce in Polk County. I would like to start by reading our Who Are We statement, and then we'll get moving. We are the Polk County leadership and governance team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds, all of our experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are, number one, operating with integrity. Number two, respecting our students, our staff, families, and each other. Number three, establishing a culture where stakeholders feel valued, supported, and they have opportunities for personal and professional growth. Number four, supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children that we serve, and we're going to find these avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There's no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff members. We're not going to disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Superintendent Hyde to lead us in our work session today. Superintendent?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of community staff. Thank you for being here. Today's agenda is a pretty lengthy one. We have approximately 67 board policies that we'll be reviewing. The staff have done an amazing job. I give much credit to Teresa and Chad on the work that they've done. As you know, they have tried to categorically comprise or collect these policy changes to reflect minimal changes versus substantive changes. All of these are driven based off legislative change or requirements, new requirements under the law. Some policies were just simply outdated, and so it is absolutely my pleasure to turn it over to Mr. Chad Davis, who will then introduce our guest from Neola, and we will proceed after that.
Hi, good morning, Chair Allen, members of the board. Thank you for being here. And first, I want to start off with a few thank yous. I want to thank you for this opportunity, this special work session. This shows a tremendous amount of trust in us and what we're doing, and I really appreciate that. We're looking at about 2 months of preparation for today. As you heard, we have 67 policies. We started with 73, and I want to thank all of our directors and cabinet members who were able to help get us to the 67 policies finalized that we're presenting to you today. I want to give a big thank you to my colleague, our Senior Coordinator of Policy and Public Records, Teresa Griffin. Mrs. Griffin, with her diligence and her attention to detail, has been vital for keeping us on track. And I'll make a shameless plug when it comes time for reorg. We'd appreciate your support in getting her some help because, as you will see, the reason we are doing this today is because, first of all, a large legislative weight on us from last session. That accounts for about half of the policies. The other half were things that were just needed to be updated, but it takes minimum 2 to 3 months to get these policies through all the separate steps of the rulemaking process, and having the extra help is necessary so that we can keep going. The reason we were able to do this today is also because of our guests here, our consultants from Neola. You will be hearing today from the president, Amanda Clapp, and our Polk rep, Annette Martinson. And they've actually come down a few times to the district and given us quite a bit of their time. That's outside of their contract with us. They did that to support us. So we are very appreciative of their hard work, and they will be presenting to you today on these policies. As Mr. Hyde has explained, we have arranged these in such a manner so that the first group of policies are either technical changes or very minor changes. One glance at the policy, you'll see what we're doing, and they're we anticipate would be very minimal discussion. Those we should be able to move through pretty quickly. When we get down to the second category, these are going to be policies where we are either revising the policy, or if the policy has so many revisions, we're actually replacing it. In legislative language, we call that a strike-all. That just means we're putting all the revisions in one policy, and we're going to replace our current policy with that new policy. Those will probably take a little bit of discussion to understand what those changes are. And then we also have a few new policies that are required either by legislation or they support our current policies and are needed. So those are actually arranged a little bit out of order from the executive summary we provided to you. I gave you an updated executive summary today, the hard copy that has them in the order we're going to go. And that's because we tried to arrange them based on our department heads and directors who can be here to answer your questions. And we tried to group them together, the ones that they would need to answer, so that way when they're done, they can leave and we can be respectful of their time. We are going to be flexible. There are a couple that have a lot of conflicts today, so when they come in, we may stop in that part of the order and jump to another policy to help get them out of here so they can go back to their meetings. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda Clapp and Annette Martinson.
Mr. Chair, thank you for having us here to help you guys get through some of these significant revisions, as well as the other board members. Mr. Hyde, it is a pleasure to see you, and of course, Mr. Bridges, it's always a pleasure. What I would like to do in this role as facilitator is pretty much ask you, of those policies that require minimal time, are there any that you would like to have pulled up specifically to review right now? Are there some that you have questions about in that first category that we could look at with you, answer any questions, especially those that are your governing bylaws? There are a number of those in there. So if you could just let us know if there are specific ones that you would like to ask questions about. Of course.
So bylaw actually 0153 with the appointees. I know that's been a part of our discussion along the way as we think about our appointees that we're doing, and that one's being rescinded. Maybe speak to that. And, I think that was in relation to our committee appointees that we're bringing forward as board members. And I know this is a bigger conversation, but I just thought I'd draw attention to that one for a point of discussion.
Wes, do you have any comments you'd like to make as to why we?
What we've done here is we have rescinded the policy on appointees, but if you look at 0151, we've sort of collapsed two or three different bylaws into this one to try to streamline it and make it more efficient. And there's been discussion in the last couple of years about appointments to committees and how to do that and make sure that we're in the sunshine but still give members the opportunity to have input, which of course if you're in the sunshine, that has to be done at a meeting. So we've added to 151 some language there about appointments. And the chair shall appoint members as may be necessary to various organizations, committees, and/or councils as may be required by law, policy, or as desired by the board. To the extent possible, the chair will solicit committee preferences from board members at the organizational meeting in the sunshine or at a subsequent meeting of the board. So anything that doesn't have, any business that doesn't have to be taken care of at organization, it can be pushed off till the next meeting, but it gives you the opportunity to have input, gives all the board members opportunity to have input on committees they wish to serve on. It should streamline the process. Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Bridges.
Are there any other questions in that minimal revision section?
Ms. Miller?
These were so minimal that I didn't have a lot of questions, but for just some clarity on the legislative change with the Hope Scholarship, can you just explain how that's being changed? That's number,
2371.
yes, or Wes can give a little explanation. And this is also kind of a replacement.
I think that was actually Joe McNaughton's.
I mean, the only thing that it added there was first come, first serve, which is part of what is in the mandates from the legislative session, I believe, last July. So part of it is just making sure that that language in there about being first come, first serve is part of the policy language.
And so we'll see this one again because this is from the previous legislative session, but this legislative session has removed this or combined it with other scholarship opportunities. So this will be revisited once again pretty quickly, I would assume.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
Mr. Sharpless?
My question was also about the Hope Scholarship one, so we're good.
Well, if there are no more questions on these that are the minor changes, what I would like to do is maybe move into those that are categorized by department heads, because I do believe that from my recollection, there are still quite a few for us to go through, and there might be some more questions that you all have that might be more to the substance of content being revised. So we don't have Ann here though yet, so if we could skip 83. Oh, then we're good to go. If you have questions on 8305 or 5121, information security or your controlled open enrollment.
Yeah, policy 5121, there were some significant changes in there, just maybe addressing those. And how does that look procedurally? Are we in accordance already with that, Superintendent Hyde? As it relates to the controlled open enrollment, I think the change on that one had to do with, because we just came out of open enrollment, and then that closes, and then we move to the COI, right? But in essence, that policy states now that the COI stays open, right, year-round, right? So I just wanted to draw attention to that one.
Well, to your question, we would not be compliant with something that has not been adopted by the board. However, we do maintain open enrollment throughout the year, especially at schools who have not met their capacity. So we do provide some flexibility currently. However, this would extend that window. So upon adoption from the board, yes, we would realign the remaining initiatives that are not currently in alignment with this.
I also think some of the language that you'll see here relates specifically to military students and their ability, even if a program is completely filled, to have some rights to get into one of those types of programs under controlled open enrollment, which were two different House bills that passed, a House bill and a Senate bill, in the last legislative session.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is a hot button issue. It doesn't come up very often, but when it does, it comes up hot and frequently involves congressmen and things like that. So we want to be very, very careful with that.
With that, thank you, Ann, for being here. And as long as there are no more questions on her policies, we will go ahead and move forward to homeless students, which is with Heather Jenkins. Questions on the revisions there? Comments, concerns? not that I want to speed you all along, because I do appreciate that your willingness to come and sit and go through all of these policies, but would it be amenable to you members of the board if I just asked where your questions were? Because I know you've had this material, or would you prefer that I go through number by number on these that have more substantive change?
Ma'am, sorry, Ms. Fields.
Okay, good morning. I was having problems getting online, but I'm online now. In the past, when we reviewed these policies through Neola, it's basically been going item by item and just basically telling us what the changes are. I know that's tedious and long work, but then I think for the benefit of the public who don't really necessarily have the policies in place, they can kind of follow it as well. So I think for me, that would be beneficial, but that's just one board member.
That is definitely doable. And we are here to help with that, as well as the senior staff members who assisted. So if you would like for me to offer that information, or would you prefer to hear from your staff who have worked diligently with Teresa and Chad to put these together with our recommendations from Neola?
I don't have a preference.
Okay, that is fine. So one of the changes we made here is a result of the Florida Administrative Code and the McKinney-Vento program, where you have to incorporate some revised definitions. Also, it provides some additional information on the housing questionnaires that you have to create and utilize, as well as some changes about the liaison for homeless children, which is a position that you all are required to have. And I'm sure Heather could speak to the fact that you do have that individual and that they are in place to make sure that you guys are addressing all of the needs of the homeless youth in Polk County. Anything else you'd like to add, Heather?
We do have a homeless liaison. His name is Ben Roosh. He's here today. And if you have any questions about the policy, either one of us can answer them for you.
So, board members, if I may, to Ms. Fields' point, let me just provide you with an additional summary. If you look at the strike-through language, essentially what we've done is we've provided far more explicit examples of what each one of those actually means. So rather than under the definitions section of saying students who share housing of other persons due to loss of housing, economic hardship, or similar reasons, it's now redefined as children and youth who are sharing the housing of other persons due to loss of housing, economic hardship, or similar reason, are living in motels, hotels, trailer parks, or camping grounds due to the lack of alternative adequate accommodations, are living in emergency or transitional shelters, or are abandoned in hospitals. And so, again, essentially what the changes are to this policy, it's not necessarily a substantive change, it's a language change and clarification. In each one of these definition areas, we actually embraced far more specific language to ensure that we're in compliance with the expectations under both of the statutory and federal policy changes that were here, so.
Yeah, in that, Ms. Jenkins, and I mean, obviously we have the liaison there. We're getting way more specific in the language, in a sense. Hopefully that wouldn't hinder us serving any particular student in any way
No.
in that additional language.
No, not at all. I believe it just is more specific and explanatory, but it doesn't exclude anyone.
No, in fact, it's far more expansive. than
Yes,
what-
it is designed to be more inclusive,
Correct.
not less.
Great.
And I think that first example I gave you from line item A really gives a good example of that. So we talk about students now, or children who are abandoned in hospitals, who are living in camping grounds. Those issues were not, and it was very much left up to interpretation previously. So I think in this case, we have become far more inclusive rather than becoming restrictive and exclusive. The other major change to this policy was the addition of the questionnaire, which is mandated. So the questionnaire must be provided to all families of students, both in public schools and in our public charter schools. It's a housing questionnaire. The information that you see there is fully delineated, and it is in compliance with a statutory requirement or rule policy requirement. So that's the only other substantive change to this policy.
Is Dee Dee still running the Hearth Project? Dee Dee, right? You got it now? Is Dee Dee still around, or did she retire?
Next year she retires. She oversees the migrant program now.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Fields.
Thank you. I was just going to basically reiterate what Superintendent Hyde said. I think this is a great improvement and very much more clarity because we were seeing more and more homeless students. And a lot of them and their families don't really understand what the definition of a homeless student consists of and the services that's available. So I think this is very clear and very succinct and to the point. So I think this is a great revised policy.
Ms. Miller.
My comment is similar. It was about the survey. With this this expanded explanation, it's more about what's going to happen when this, are we going to be prepared for the increase of supports? That might be something to that department. This increase of supports that may be needed for the expansion. And it's very similar. This is more of a language switch than anything because I think we were serving a lot of these kids, but it might increase the numbers as well.
Yes, so I want to just say too, I'm very proud that our district has utilized the student housing questionnaire for many years. In fact, I think it was last year, the state McKinney-Vento program up in Tallahassee hired a group of folks to interview various districts, liaisons, including myself. And one of the results of that was adopting a rule for all districts to use housing questionnaires because the housing questionnaire is one of the most valuable tools districts have in identifying students experiencing homelessness. Families fill out these forms when they enroll their children and are able to self-identify, and those forms get sent to our office. So although this is a new rule, our district has been utilizing a student housing questionnaire for many, many years. And I just sent a revised copy of ours up to the McKinney-Vento state program and got the go-ahead for us to get the order to the print shop and get them out to all the schools. So I'm very proud of that. And to your point, our numbers have been going up. Last school year, we identified 4,808 students experiencing homelessness. That was up from 4,051 students the previous year. And right now, we are on pace for a little over 5,000 students experiencing homelessness for the current school year. So we will be prepared for any increases. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No further questions or comments on that item.
Okay. So next we will move to curriculum development, which I believe is an area in which you as the board have been very interested in and what curriculum is going to be offered to students within Polk County. You are required now to implement a system that includes comprehensive reading instruction, starting as early as kindergarten. So that is what we have put in here, is to talk about your literacy programs for K through 12.
Could you restate the policy number again?
Oh, I'm so sorry, 2210.
Thank you.
No, I would say I appreciate the policy. We just, had our instructional update, and it was extremely thorough. And if you haven't had a chance to go out and actually see some of our interventions that are being applied, it's fascinating and very exciting. So appreciate the work from our staff back there in this particular category.
Ms. Miller?
I just want to confirm, this is kind of vague, only because it says a system of comprehensive reading instruction. That's relying on us for the DOE's, the DOE's input. If our policies read in a system of comprehensive reading instruction, that reading instruction is determined by the Department of Education. It's not that we can change it along with other districts. I guess it doesn't need to be more descriptive, but it can read. I don't want people to read this and think that we could set a different comprehensive reading program than what's mandated by the state.
By the administrative code and
Right.
Department of Ed.
Right.
Do you have a suggestion, Ms. Miller, as to what you might like to see in there?
I'm going to ask someone who worked for the Department of Education to have input on that. Mr. Hyde.
So the friendly amendment would be the district will implement a system of comprehensive reading instruction as required or in alignment with Florida Department of Education requirements. Yeah, the statute's referenced below, which should be fine, but to Ms. Miller's point, there are times where the Department of Education in Florida has been quite explicit in which reading programs and intervention programs they do support and they will not support. And as of late, that's been a large topic of conversation, so it may behoove us to have both clarifications in there.
Would you prefer as required by the Florida Department of Education or as aligned with the Florida Department of Education requirements? Is there a consensus of which way you want to go with? Mr. Hyde offered two great suggestions with the ideas of required or aligned.
Yeah, either one. I mean, they're required to align. So whatever is the board's preference.
All right, we have inserted that recommendation. Anything else on 2210? That was a very good suggestion. Thank you, Ms. Miller. On to program of instruction. Here you're going to see that in 2022, actually, the Department of Ed adopted significant amendments to Florida administrative rules about required instruction, planning, and reporting. So what you're going to see here is some discussion of resiliency education, the civil and character education requirements, life skills that build confidence, and the requirements that every school provide 5 hours of data-driven instructions in grades 6 through 12. So these policy revisions really just do incorporate the requirements set forth in Florida administrative rule.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Fields?
Done character and civic development, so this is just basically putting it in writing that it's a requirement now?
Actually, this is an example that really gets back to what Dr. Allen was asking earlier. In this case, we are currently compliant with this requirement. It should, because this was passed, I believe, 2 years ago.
22, yeah.
And so we were very clear to adopt that, and so we would be in compliance with that, so.
So your practice is in compliance, but your policy was.
Policy was out of date.
Language.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that the public understands that we've been doing this.
Yes, ma'am.
Good clarification.
Even prior to the mandate, you had civics instruction and you had student resiliency and PBIS programs in the district, so. I don't see any further questions or comments coming.
Okay. Next, we have a new policy to Polk County, which would be on innovative programs. Your current policy, 2210, already authorizes the superintendent to conduct and create these programs as necessary. So this policy just provides the parameters for Mr. Hyde to use as he works through creating or designing any of these innovative programs.
Mr. Sharpless?
I was wondering, this is, if I'm reading this correctly, this is in basically giving you the authority to create the programs. Do we have any, as a board, do we get any input into that, or do we get, how does that?
Yeah, so I think essentially what this does is it tees up the information that I would be providing the board
Okay.
when we're moving or changing or making an alteration to existing systems of instruction, or making a recommendation that we move in a different direction instructionally. And I don't want to overuse the word innovation, right? So part of this is what's the justification and rationale behind it, so the board would receive that. To date, the board has always been involved in curriculum level decisions, and who help drive that based off the goals and objectives that you establish. But you're also obviously keenly involved with any contracted services, any procurements, those types of things that would go along with this type of program model change. So, for example, I'll just throw out, when we talk about innovative programs, it could be the launching of a new academy, similar to, for example, when we did the air traffic control launch, or the expansion of the Winter Haven CFAA campus. Those are types of things that we would consider innovative. New program development, new partnerships with our colleges, universities, for our teacher pipelines, those are types of things. So this is the information you would expect to receive from my office and from staff when we bring those concepts before the board. As you know, even though there are certain things that operate within my purview, we work very hard to bring those items before the board regardless, even if it doesn't require a board vote, because I use this as an opportunity not only to maintain that you all are well informed of the things that we're trying to implement in the district, but it also provides us an audience with our community to share that same information as well.
Thank you.
Anything further on?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So then we move to policy 2271, which is articulation and access to the Florida college system institutions. What you'll see here is this looks brand new, but that is because we are suggesting a replacement here. There have been many changes in this policy over just the last little while based on legislative activity in Florida Administrative Code. So this is entering into your policy information about career centers that are operated by a Florida college system, and the career pathways agreement that you guys must enter into, and it updates the eligibility requirements if a student wants to participate in one of these programs. And finally, identifies that the board will pay the cost of these programs for public high school students who are under dual enrollment. And Mr. McNaughton is here if you guys have questions that I can't answer, I believe. He's right behind me. So he's ready to jump up and answer those. If you have any further questions.
Yeah, I guess the career pathways agreements that are submitted to the FLDOE, I typically wouldn't see that one. We wouldn't approve that one before the board, but how do we get access to that document?
So actually, historically, those have been shared with the board. We renew those annually. So just like because it deals with articulated credits as well, as you know. So you do see those from time to time on the consent agenda, but we could make sure, they don't all typically come at the same time. We've been delayed. I'll give you an example. One of our local colleges, universities was delayed, so they didn't come at the same time as all the others. But we can make sure, moving forward, that we provide a better clarification that that's what's coming before you, so you can see those.
Gotcha. So basically, the career pathways agreements are the articulation agreements that come before us,
That is
right?
correct. For dual
South Florida
enrollment.
State, Polk State, USF.
Yes, sir. All of our
And
12
other-
local colleges, universities, all of our partnerships. But again, it's a good question because they don't always run concurrently or renew concurrently. So it's something we probably, or simultaneous, I should say, it's something we could work towards to bring them in together as more of a cluster so we can provide better clarity as to that.
Right.
see no further questions or comments.
Thank you. Policy 2623, student assessment, is the next one you have on your list and should have in front of you now. And it is a policy that is going to reflect a lot of the changes that were part of Florida Administrative Rule requirement changes, as well as House Bill 7039. So here you're going to see that we have expanded on the number of categories of people who are permitted to administer and proctor statewide exams. It also identifies the correct legal citations down at the bottom. We've modified those to make sure that if anyone were to want to look at the statute or administrative code, they do have the correct information to review that. And it also discusses the requirement of your school district to make sure that the results are available online on the district's student information system, or you must print it if it is requested by a parent. So it also limits the number of hours, which I think is a great thing, about how much time can be spent administering, coordinating, screening, and doing some of those progress monitoring things. So.
Mr. Sharpless?
I was just wondering, justification on, under local assessments, it says parent with, we've changed it from no later than 30 days of requirement of to where they can get their results to now within 1 week. I was wondering if, what was the reasoning behind that?
State mandate.
State mandate?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was the change in the administrative code, I believe.
The second portion there, Mr. Sharpless, also, as far as making the results available through a web-based platform, was also mandated by the state. Many school districts have basically, and we continue to work with the department because we feel that they should be the hosting agent, not us at the local level, because there's too many opportunities for data issues.
Yeah.
Data privacy issues. And so we have been working with the state to ensure, and Joe, I don't know if you want to comment further on that, but we are already in compliance with this, just so you're aware.
Good morning, Honorable Board. For this statute, we already have it within the parent portal within Focus. So what happens is for each student, when the test scores go in, as soon as they get loaded, there's a link right to the state tied system, so there's not a clerical error with any scores. So that's how we've done it. The state statute requirement with the 7 days, that's just what we've been doing. So.
And the intent, as the state has moved away from one assessment period each year to ongoing progress monitoring, the timeliness in which information is shared both with staff and with family members is important. So delaying that up to 30 days post-examination, essentially we lose a month of instructional time where we could be creating new interventions and supports for students or new enrichment opportunities for students on the reverse side. So it is important for us to be more timely with that data.
That's all I have.
I see no further questions or comments.
Wonderful. Policy 2700 is going to be new to your school board, which is on academically high-performing school districts. So this policy has been in Neola's collection for a while, but has not been adopted by your board in the past. And so here, this talks about the requirements to be a high-performing school district. And also, our revision to this when we were providing it to the district was to bring it in compliance with Florida Statute 1003.621 and House Bill 5101 that talks about the, again, comprehensive reading program. So we could make a similar modification within that text to reflect that that program is as required by the FDOE, as Ms. Miller asked for in the previous policy, so that they are aligned. I don't know, I'll have to look at the policy.
I see no questions or comments.
Then the next policy is on reporting student progress. Here you're going to see a complete redraft because, as you know, in 2022 legislative session, there were several new requirements put forth about reporting student progress to parents and the assistance that must be provided to parents, so they are able to actually interpret the results of those reports. In 2023, earlier this past fall of your school year, the Department of Ed has also added some notification requirements if there is deficiency in mathematics. So we have added those criteria in this policy as well to list the criteria for those who are in substantial deficiency in math for grades K through 4. One thing I will tell you is, as a lawyer, what I love is when the administrative rule and state statute use things for like words like substantial deficiency, yet they don't define substantial deficiency for you. So we use what is in the statute, but unfortunately, I don't know that we could expand on what that truly means for you. If you have those type of questions, maybe Joe has a better idea, but that is the revisions to these policies.
So I've had a few board members speak to me about issuance of report cards. We rely heavily right now on our computer-based system, but some of our families may not necessarily have the ability or have the time to access our online system. So my question is this: if we were to put something under report cards, for example, to add item D, that report cards must be made available in print form, would you recommend that happen here in policy, or is that something procedurally you prefer that we would address? And I'll lean on your expertise here. I'm sorry I asked.
No. You've rendered.
Policy or no policy,
You've
I
rendered-
hope that our schools would exercise judgment
We do.
and make those things available.
We do, but it can be problematic, and I know that, for example, Ms. Fields and I have had conversations, and I don't mean to bring up, but for Girls Inc., they have to provide a hard copy of their report card because they don't have rights to access student records for obvious reasons. And then, but they're not alone in this. I have heard about this from multiple groups and parties. For example, students, Bartow Ford, an amazing partner with our school district. For every A that a student earns, they can submit evidence of that, and they get a raffle ticket to win a car at the end of the school year. But that requires a hard printout. And so for families that may not be able to print out their report cards at home, the question really is, do I need to capture, should we capture that here under report cards, that a hard copy must be made available? Or is our preference or your recommendation that we should just address that internally through procedure?
Brett,
And I was-
is it simply a matter of hitting print?
Yes, sir.
I'd put it in there.
I would put it in policy as well, is actually what I was going to say, and I might use similar language that was from 26-23 that is, are available online through this, student information or in a printed format upon
And we can
request.
ask parents at the beginning of each year.
Yeah.
Procedurally, how I would address it is we would ask parents for their preference at the beginning of each year, but we would also ask them to identify if their students participate in certain clubs or activities, because then we'd know we'd have to provide a hard copy for the family. So,
And now some of that would be more procedural.
Correct.
Putting the how you're going to accomplish
Okay.
that. But the fact that it's available in printed format, I would include in your policy.
Ms. Fields?
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde, because it's an issue just not with Girls Inc., but with a lot of the United Way agencies trying to get the indicators in place to prove that the kids are excelling in school or not. So thank you for that.
And board members, for clarification, what this would not require is for schools to print out a hard copy of every report card. We would survey parents before the start of the school year, ask them their preference, but then we would be responsible for providing a hard copy upon request from any family member or student as well. So I think that's reasonable to put into the policy so long as you're in agreement. It's your policy, sorry. Ms. Miller?
I think it's definitely needed. I just, consistency between schools and how they'll ask for it and when they have to print it and all of that would have to be available.
We can address that procedurally, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharpless?
I want to say that I'm in agreement.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions or comments on that item.
Perfect. So next up is graduation requirements. Yeah. Uh-oh. Again here,
That was a good woo-hoo.
I see this is a replacement policy for all of you to review in its entirety. It would be, as Mr. Davis said, it would be a legislatively a strike all. As this one just includes so many different changes from various bills from legislative session in 2022 and 23, as well as some Florida Administrative Code provisions that have been put into place. So this adds in some of the credit acceleration program requirements, the CTE, career and technical ed, pathway requirements. We've added in and replaced your next generation Sunshine State standards with simply state academic standards, because as we know, that likes to be changed throughout various bills and legislative activity to identify which graduation test your kids must excel at to move forward into a different level. As well as some academic standards, including students enrolled in U.S. government classes have to receive at least 45 minutes of instruction on Communism Day, victims of communism, and some of the civics education, again here, the 9/11 Heroes Days, and the significance of September 11th, 2001, and removing the online course requirements and adding and changing some of the designations that can be put on your diplomas.
Mr. Sharpless.
I have a question on the career and technical education graduation pathway option on page 5. On letter C, there's a change there between students who entered grade 9 before the current school year and the ones that are currently in 9th grade or later. It says complete 2 credits in work-based learning programs on the ones that have entered it before, and then now it's to 1.5. I was wondering why we're lowering that. Is that a state mandate or?
It's state requirements.
Okay. And do we have any flexibility, and not necessarily just this one, are all of these graduation requirements mandated by the state, or do we add any graduation requirements here locally? Or is that even an option?
You can always, there's always the option to add additional graduation requirements, because these are all state mandates.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Are there,
Nope, I'm not adding any requirements. I was just wondering.
Listen,
Let me be very clear. Let me be very, very clear. I'm not been a proponent of that.
I would be very happy to add a 4th year of science, but as a former science teacher, but I will save that for a later date.
But I did wonder why we were lowering that. So state mandate. Got it.
those are things that if we can help it, we don't, as a company, we follow what's in the laws. And what we're going to recommend to you is based on state statute, administrative code, regulatory bodies that also impact your policies here and there. So.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think to your point, Mr. Sharpless, and I'll go to Dr. Allen next, it's important to note that these are minimum requirements. These are not, we're not in any way capping students and saying that's all they'd be able to accomplish either.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Allen?
Minor, I would assume that we're going to see this one come back to us as it relates to the fine art designation, right? So that would, so this isn't reflective of what just happened in that bill that was sponsored by Kennedy, correct?
Correct. So the legislative session that has just ended, there will be some of these policies that you guys will see again when we issue our update in June. So one of the things that Mr. Davis and Ms. Griffiths were helping us with was trying to get these in front of you prior to us issuing yet another very substantial update based on the most recent legislative activity. And as you have seen, the department has been very active and issuing a lot of rule changes as well. And so we're trying as we can to incorporate some of those from some of the special updates that we have released so that you guys are pretty much caught up by the time we get to that next update where we need to include some of that language.
There are no further questions or comments.
Student progression, policy 5410. So again, here we are talking about the end of year comprehensive progress monitoring assessment that is administered through the requirements of state statute and the standardized ELA assessment for students in grades 3 through 10, as well as the standardized mathematics assessment. We're identifying which grades those are required in. It also has been revised as a result of two different Senate Bill, House Bill, Senate Bill 290 and House Bill 7069. So here we're just changing some of those statutory citations and identifying that some of the specifics that you guys will be putting in there about progression will be in your adopted student progression plan that you guys do see annually. And also identifies some of the allowances for students with disabilities in pre-kindergarten through the age of 4 that is fully funded from FEFP, which is the Florida Education Finance Program. So those are the major revisions you will see here.
We are good.
And with that change, we are done with Mr. McNaughton's section, I believe. So we will move to school health services, which is policy 2410. And I believe that is. Okay, so we have staff that is not Mrs. Williams, but we have Denise Santos, who can answer any questions that you might have on these policies. So here we have deleted some references to mental health programs, not because that they are not available in Polk County, but the process for mental health services was increased and some different statutory requirements have been put into place. So we have recommended a brand new policy that you will see next that deals with those mental health services. So that is all that is happening in 2410. And maybe after all of these policies, some of us might need some of these services. Seeing no questions on 2410, let's move to 2410.01. Which is the new policy on mental health services. It does reflect the newly created statutory section and other changes that were made based on House Bill 5101 that required the mental health assistance program to be implemented here and in all districts across the state. It incorporates any of the previous language you guys had in 2410 and adds that you guys will be seeing a mental health assistance plan that is annually approved by the board and submitted to FDOE. Questions or?
I see none. I just want to make sure I see people
I know,
reading
I want to give
intently.
enough time, but I don't want to
I see them skimming intently. I know that the board has made notes on several items, though, because they had the materials, like you said, prior to today's meeting, so. You're good to move on.
All right. 2417 is the policy that is up next, and it is your comprehensive health education policy. It deals with changes based on House Bills 379 and 1069 related to the instruction on social, emotional, and physical effects of social media on students in grades 6 through 12. The notifications that must be made based on the instructional materials from FDOE And it also includes a lot of the new requirements that throughout instruction in acquired immune deficiency syndrome, STDs, or health education when you actually offer instruction as it relates to human sexuality. So you also are required to classify males and females as provided in Florida statute and teach that biological males, impregnate biological females, all of that human sexuality education requirements, and as well as adding in the parent opt-out language to make sure that you guys are providing that ability for students to opt out of certain specific provisions of their health education. They don't have to, they wouldn't opt out of the entire program, just certain teachings. And you are required to annually review and confirm that on your website you have accurately notified parents by physical or electronic means anytime you make revisions to this content. So.
Just a reminder to the board, we exceed the state requirements here, specifically as it relates to human growth and development. While most school districts will allow an opt-out, human growth development can take anywhere from a week to 2 weeks to cover, depending on the grade level and the content. As the board, many of the board members will recall, we actually provide a daily opt-out. So we provide parents with advance notification of the topics that will be addressed, because to wholesale exclude your student from the topics, for example, if a parent does not or objects to their child being exposed to content about STDs, that's fine. That's a parental choice. And we provide an alternative assignment, an alternative location for that child for the day. However, we don't want parents to also miss out on other opportunities, for example, hygiene, social skills, those other topics. So we provide by day a list of topics that we will address, so parents can choose to exclude their child each day for the entirety of the program, or select which days they'd like their child to participate. And again, the board approves this annually. The team does a very good job of working with the health department and with others to ensure that we're compliant with state requirements and ensuring that the topics that we're covering for our students are developmentally age and grade level appropriate. To my knowledge, we're the only school district that provides a daily opt-out. Dr. Allen.
Well, yeah, I was going to definitely reiterate some of those things that we do very well as it relates to this. And I know we made some significant changes, I think in 2021 around this one in particular. So, and so my question was, as it relates to this policy, I know it does say that the district shall annually review and confirm that the information provided on the district's website is accurate. But is there anything in the policy here that requires us as a board to approve it annually at the board level?
For human growth development?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I know that we're doing it, but is it stated in the policy was my question.
I recall that it's a requirement under the statute.
I believe it's under the last paragraph.
Under the parent opt-out, there's a new sentence, the district shall annually review and confirm the information provided from the district home site is accurate. So that.
Would you prefer that it's the board instead of the district there?
Well, I'd just like for it to be stated that the board annually approves it. Yes, we're already doing that. It would just be nice to see it in policy.
Yeah, I think that's covered under 1003.46, so we might just want to pull out language to clarify that that's the requirement for the school boards to approve this annually, because I believe it is captured within that statute, if I recall correctly. No, it says it at the beginning, Dr. Allen. So pursuant to state law, the school board shall provide an evidence-based, medically accurate, comprehensive instruction on, and then it goes through, it does not say annually, you're correct. So we can pull that.
Yeah. it's in 2417, we need to add in.
Sorry, Ms. Fields.
So this is a question for you and for the staff. I don't remember, I should, but the curriculum, excuse me, that we have in place now for health education promotes abstinence. Is that what
That is correct.
okay, so everything that's already here, we currently are doing?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We have been in compliance with this since I think we've exceeded the requirements since 2021 when we amended our policies to allow daily parental opt-out. And there were some initial concerns, as you know, that were brought forward by some community members as far as overall curriculum. We reviewed those and provided explicit alignment back to Florida standards under the department's expectations and requirements, so.
I just didn't remember the abstinence piece, and a lot of this stuff is pretty heavy.
Yeah, abstinence right now, right, that is the sole mechanism that we're allowed to address with our students.
Thank you.
I see no further questions.
So we will get in some language about the board annually approving that, and you will see that, and we will make sure to highlight that revision when you see this policy again.
Amanda, I do have one comment there. The last provision, the Florida Department of Education approved materials. The Florida Department of Education shall approve all materials used by the board. That implies that we submit them to the DOE and they approve it. I think the statute works the other way around. They approve things and then we can use them.
We will make that minor
I
edit
believe
as
that's how
well.
that works.
So approved by the
That-
FDOE and
yes,
implemented by
Our
the,
policy can't mandate.
Actually, this one is where we have to submit our curriculum to the state for approval when it comes to this.
Okay, so it actually is a
It
submission
actually,
that we.
it is a submission. We submit, and then we get approval from the state of Florida for our materials.
It just shows there's many a slip twixt cup and lip
Yes.
when it comes to statutes and policy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would not have gleaned that from the statute.
it's always clear as mud, correct? So
Where are you?
moving forward to policy 2460, exceptional student education. Here you're going to see a new legal reference, which is from the administrative code, and it deals with your provision of your free and appropriate public education, FAPE, and the development of individual educational plans for students with disabilities. Here it talks about some of the new requirements that need to be in a student's IEP, and the notice of transfer of parent rights are provided at least 1 year before the student reaches 18. So this is just to remind you that even students with disabilities at the age of 18, there could be a transfer of those rights to an adult student. So trying to make sure that you have provided adequate notice to the parents and the student that could occur upon the attaining age of 18. It also is some statutory changes based on Senate Bill 290 and House Bill 795. So this is regarding some definitional changes to private instructional personnel. And also, we have added a new section on early literacy skills for retained pre-kindergarten students.
Ms. Miller?
Did they define how they will talk about the transfer of parental rights? Or is it up to the districts to define how that will be done? Because most of the parents are, not most of the parents, a lot of the parents are unaware of how that works and look for guidance in that, but I don't know that it's going to be determined, is it going to be determined per district? Or, did they define how it would be provided? Because then we're going to have to come up with that on our own. And how much do we provide before that shifts liability to us for providing people guardianship, almost acting in an attorney manner to provide information on guardianship? I just want to make sure it's clear what we're responsible for in comparison because I think we're doing this anyway. We try to tell the parents up front, listen, you know, you're gonna have, if you believe that you need guardianship, but there's multiple forms of guardianship. Like I'm gonna hear from school staff saying, because this is what happened when we tried to do this, when we tried to enter this years ago, the conversation with the DOE was what is on the district's responsibility in comparison to this. So I need further information on that, because this might need to be more explicit based on what we're required to do. Because if we get into a whole leading people into guardianship and they choose one guardianship over another, are we liable for that in the end?
That is a very good question, and
Okay.
honestly, I do not know off the top of my head the answer to that, so I would like to be able to take that back with me and provide some additional information.
Thank you.
I see no further questions or comments.
One moment, just while I write down what I,
I just want to follow with, this has been a long time. This has been worked on a long time. It just became statute for us to do this, but I don't know that we've determined the how.
and that's my concern, is I want to look back at the administrative code rules and see if they actually did provide any guidance on the how. Because I would have guessed if they did, we would have tried to incorporate it here. But if not, I want to look and see if the department has issued any guidance documents, if there are any federal guidance documents, just to help with that how.
Thank you.
So. All right. Moving forward to policy 5350, student suicide prevention, awareness, and screening. Here you will see that there were several House bills as well as some changes made to the Florida Administrative Code to talk about the requirements that the districts have in terms of adding telephone numbers to your ID cards, which I do know that you guys already have done that. That was one of the questions and comments that we made when we were talking with staff, as well as some of the new provisions related to the use of suicide risk assessments within the approved model by FLDOE and the administrative code, and as well as the qualifications of individuals that are actually administering those assessments, as well as some additional parental notification requirements.
I see no questions.
Okay. Now we're moving to food. Is anyone hungry? We are moving to policy 8500, which is the school nutrition program. And here, this identifies the change here that you as a district in every school cafeteria are required to have a easily visible and prominently placed poster that contains step-by-step instructions on how to provide emergency first aid on choking individuals that are conscious, not the unconscious choking individuals. So it has been also revised to add in the emphasis of U.S. Department of Agriculture, that the stigmatization of students who don't have funds to pay for their meals or with unpaid meal charges.
Mr. Sharpless?
My question is further down. It's on page 3 towards the bottom. It says that a food service program shall accommodate a student's requests for specific substitutions based on religion, which I understand. But in the next part, it says we're not required to accommodate a request based on a lifestyle. And so my question is that like vegetarian? Like we're not required to have a vegetarian option, that kind of thing?
Correct. Or lifestyle choices, like if I'm keto or I'm I prefer the Mediterranean diet, so I would like for you to, always have a nice thing of feta and some olive, those type of lifestyle choices. You don't have to meet, it's the other standards that you are required to.
All right, that was my question.
I see no further questions or comments.
All right, so next up, you have the 8510 Wellness. We used to like to have folks with binders like Teresa, and we called that the Neola Wellness Program, carrying around your policy manual. But now you just have different aspects for your exercise based on your physical education program. So this policy has been revised and reviews, which is required at least every 3 years under law, but we have added in some of the regulations from the USDA and provide the information on the Healthy and Hunger-Free Kids Act, as well as some of the WellSat 3.0, which is the assessment tool that is used to audit your wellness policies. So we've gone through that assessment to make sure that your policy is current and up to date.
Mr. Sharpless?
Got a couple questions on this one. Page number 4, number 5, the district nutrition standards. The stuff that we've added, we struck out on that first paragraph. We have a policy, competitive food sales, but we struck out during the school day, and we added items sold in all schools following the last lunch period. So does that mean that items can be, that we don't have to be the sole provider of stuff before lunch? Or I'm just confused how that, just a little clarification.
On the 30 minutes post the last lunch period?
Well, it just says all food items and beverages, sole provider of food and beverage items sold in all schools following the last lunch period. Because we struck during the school day, and I'm just wondering what that means.
So I understood the regulations to require that, you can't, as a district, serve anything from your vending machines or otherwise up until 30 minutes post your last lunch period. So
Because that's not how I'm reading that.
Yeah.
To me, it's...
is it, that's in the first paragraph?
So that sentence could be amended further.
Yes.
So for example, in accordance with policy 8550, entitled Competitive Food Sales, the school nutrition department shall be the sole provider of food and beverage items sold through the end of the last lunch period. Right, and then you could put something, we already know the 30-minute rule. The second part of the addition is important because what we had was we'd have students, for example, try to take milk home, put it in their backpack, but it's been sitting in a warm backpack for 5 hours, and then they get sick. So we don't allow certain food items to be transported home. So it was important for us to put some clarification in there as well. Yes, ma'am. It just needs to say something that, as far as items sold, not following the last lunch period, through the end of the last lunch period, something to that effect.
And then I have one
The
other...
30-minute rule is already in there at the end. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
The other one's not a question. I don't want to change anything. I just think kudos on number 5E. I'm a big agriculture guy, and if the farm to school efforts, I think I just want to say that I appreciate that being in our policy, that our nutrition department will promote and encourage farm to school efforts in order to provide healthy foods. So that's it for me.
I see no further questions or comments.
Okay. Moving on to transportation, 8600. I believe Mr. Davis is here. If you guys have questions that I can't answer, which is definitely a possibility. Here we have made some significant changes based on the Florida statute revisions that actually gives schools greater flexibility about the actual modes of transportation, including buses and other vehicles. So in the multiple policies that you see here about transportation, it's based on some of the flexibility afforded by House Bill 1. If you utilize buses for your transportation, we really have also just incorporated revisions to Florida Administrative Code regarding the seizure action plan. And I believe what I did learn from Mr. Davis is that is part of the overarching school bus plan that is in place already, and that you guys are already in compliance with having that language in your plans. It also, we have added the requirements about the CPR and first aid training, and the option to utilize some of those infraction detection systems on certain buses. And if you're going to do that, you are required to have it in policy. So I also understood that that is something that is being implemented on some of your buses, not all. So we have added in that language, and just making sure that you guys meet the specifications set forth in the administrative code by having that in your policy. Did I miss something? Okay.
Dr. Allen?
Yeah, just maybe a point of question as it relates to some of these, like as noted, the interlocal agreement potential in regards to these infraction detection systems. I was just wondering if this is something that we're already moving towards. I know currently we have the predictive stop arm and that sensor-based technology. And then secondly, you know, I know that we had talked about this when the statute came forward about other board-approved vehicles. And, you know, I think it was communicated that we may already be doing some of that in a sense, so maybe you can speak to that.
So on the first, the stop arm violation infractions, we are in negotiations with basically 3 different companies. One company is a cost share. They're all cost share, put it that way. One company has a percentage that they mandate, and if you do not, let's say we cut down on violations and the district would still need to pay that company. There's another company that we're working with that would actually, we have the violations, if we reduce those violations to a feed where they're not earning any generating any funds whatsoever, that company wipes the slate clean. So we're looking at several different companies and one other company that's trying to send one more proposal. You'll hear about that. We'll send a proposal in soon after we speak with the superintendent at the cabinet. But we feel like we have one company that will benefit the district very well. And truly, it's not about the funds. It's about providing safety for the students, and this company can do that.
Yeah. All right.
The other vehicles that we're talking about, we do use other vehicles to transport students with special needs. We use contracted services. We're also using internal vans that we currently own and meet the statute. And any vehicle that that can be used is mentioned in the policy, and then there will be some exceptions outside of the policy and the procedure manual and our safe driving plan.
All right.
All right, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm.
There are no further questions on that one.
So then we move to 8600.04, which is bus operator qualifications, certification, discipline, and termination. This is a replacement policy for Polk County. Here we are For us, we added in and incorporated new language regarding CPR and first aid training. However, I believe there were multiple updates to this document from previous administrative rule changes. So we just recommended you look at this fresh instead of a whole bunch of green with a little bit of strike through, so.
Mr. Sharpless?
This is maybe a procedural question, I'm not sure. But because we're talking about discipline and termination in this policy, is this something that we have discussions with ASME on, or is this something that it's completely in our purview?
No, sir, this is completely within our purview because these are stipulations under statute.
Okay.
Right, for disqualifying offenses or acts, very similar to what we have through Human Resources with our instructional unit. There are certain offenses that if they are found guilty of certain felonies, they are automatically dismissed. There is no discussion, there is no debate, there is no way to contest it. If they're found guilty after being charged with a felony and it's under certain Florida statutes, they are to be removed. So this does not require negotiations because, again, these are statutorily stipulated requirements.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Did I say that correctly, Mr. Bridges?
Absolutely.
All right.
Nailed it. Got it in one.
I'm not an attorney, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express one time. I see no further, I see no further questions on that item.
In policy 8610, transportation route planning, here, this is simply a minor revision that added in some of the language about other school board approved vehicles to be similar and consistent with policy 8600. Seeing no questions, we will move to policy 8625, which is the ban on texting while driving. Recent House bill has expanded the scope of what is impermissible use of those wireless communication devices. You cannot actually have it in a handheld manner. It either has to be affixed to something or through your Bluetooth or whatever that is. And it also cannot be in school or work zones. You have to be completely hands-free, so. Addresses that prohibition.
See no questions or comments.
So moving to 8660, which is alternative transportation methods. This would be new to you guys here in Polk County. This provides a lot of the alternative transportation methods that were made permissible under House Bill 1. So we also revised this as a result of House Bill 7071 to make sure that all school buses that are used for transportation are used, if you use school buses, that they're used whenever available and practicable. However, there are other methods of which you can transport students, but the busing is preferred. We're trucking right along. So I believe, Mr. Davis, that was your last policy. Thank you.
I was going to wait till 10:30, but yes, ma'am. Since we have a natural pause here, I was going to wait till 10:30. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, if that's okay. I'll even give the board 20 minutes. How about that? We'll do 20 minutes. So, yes, sir.
At this time, I'd like to call this meeting back to order, and at this point, turn it over to Superintendent Hyde to finish off leading our work session today. Superintendent?
Good morning again. Just also a brief note. So we will probably break again around 11:45 for lunch. So we just have a good hour to try and get through some remaining. We are already through the bulk of policy changes and revisions, but there are some substantive ones that we have saved to the end to allow for additional discourse and dialogue. So it's all yours.
Well, I thank you. I did want to make just a couple comments before we dive right back into policy, and also give my accolades to Chad and Teresa for the tremendous amount of work that they have done to corral staff. And I sometimes call it herding cats or herding chickens, you know, trying to get every piece in line. And they have done a very excellent job in getting all of this material prepared and ready to present to you. One of the other things that Chad did say to all of you is that myself and Annette came over here several times, and we've had some Zoom meetings. I recognize your face, Ms. Fields. You know this process well, I'm sure, since you were here when we first did it with Neola. We did not bill Polk County for trying to bring you back current. That is something that was important to me as president and CEO of the company, because I was here as part of the initial drafting team. So one of the things that I wanted to just reiterate is there will be some updates coming out again in June. So I really am thankful that you guys have put forward time today with this special work session, and hope that as you move forward with Chad and Teresa on the next upcoming 3 work sessions that have some additional policy reviews, that you guys will in fact get caught up, so that when that legislative update comes out in June, we're not just piling on the pile of policies that have been sort of waiting for your eyes and your attention. So I also was remiss when I came up here in introducing, we have another member of our team back there who is Mr. Tom Whitmer. He has sat in Wes's chair as well as Chad's chair, and is an integral part of our team. And while I enjoy my time in Polk County very much, Annette, along with Tom, would be the 2 Neola reps that you guys would see in the future, unless I just decide to tag along for some fun and laughs with all of you. But it is truly my pleasure to be here and work on this process of getting you guys completely caught up with where you need to be. So without further ado, we're going to go into career and technical education, which is 2421. And this is due to some of the recent statutory changes as it relates to your CAPE industry certified funding list, designated high skill, high wage, and high demand, relating to the professional and career academic occupations, and wanting to make sure that those are aligned with those standards. So this also includes the requirements that each high school host a career fair during the school year, and have a process that provides all students in grades 11 and 12 to meet or interview with a potential employer, just giving them some of that background and opportunity to learn how to do some of those interview skills. Okay, seeing no questions. Oh, so sorry, Ms.
I don't really have a question, but Superintendent Hyde, I think the idea of each high school having a career fair or combining together is neat. The piece that not really concerns me, but I just want to make sure that the staff has the support, is having folks to come in and do the interviewing piece, because that's going to be an added layer.
Yes, ma'am. And staff have already been working towards this goal. In fact, interestingly enough, as we move to increase the number of career fairs and workforce development opportunities, Ms. Wyatt and I have been in conversation too to ensure that we're not overtaxing our local business owners, because they want to be present at as many events. So we will be doing both individual school events and community-wide events as we move forward so that we could have the best possible representation. We also have to ensure, much to your point, that we're providing an adequate timeline of notification to local businesses and partners so that they can ensure that they have staff available to help support our interests as well, our mutual interests, and they can schedule around those needs. We also have to recognize that as a direct result, we may not necessarily have a partner at every single event. We hope to, but this will be something that we will have to work through trial and error, but our staff are already well informed and working towards this.
Thank you, and I would encourage you all to think a little bit outside the box and look at some nonprofits that might be able to come to the table and help with that.
Absolutely, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Wyatt.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I turned it off because you hit everything we've talked about. You are listening.
I do listen.
We appreciate it.
Now there are no further questions.
Okay, so we will move to 2423, which is School to Work program. Here you will see that we have identified this one as a replacement, which is a strike all. And we are offering this new document for you about getting students into unpaid internships or workplace experience as part of the educational program. And if they are working within the school, they can be employees of the school district, and they would not be for workers' compensation purposes. It also includes language that requires students in grades 9 through 12 to have access, and it's access there to at least one work-based learning opportunity. Just because they have access doesn't mean that every single one will actually engage in that, but we want them to have that opportunity. It also provides a clear definition of what work-based learning opportunity is, as well as what the criteria are for such opportunities. And again, it identifies that, well, we understand that there are things that will be unpaid, that there should be a prioritization to paid experiences such as apprenticeships or pre-apprenticeships.
I'm actually going to ask a question of a board member here just to make sure that this accurately captures some of the concerns that they've expressed to me over time. So, Ms. Miller, in this in particular for Florida work-based learning opportunities, it talks about the board shall provide students enrolled in grades 9 through 12 access to those work-based learning opportunities. I know we've talked at length about increasing the number of transition programs. Do grades 9 through 12 adequately address that population, or should it be more inclusive? Should it say, because we have students that can go beyond a traditional 12th year in public education. So I just want to make sure that you feel that we are adequately addressing and capturing that student population here to the extent that we can.
I'm going to ask, maybe Wes can remember this, because I've asked before. We've had programs that say up until the age of 18, and it's assumed that those programs service the other students who go to 22. Do we need to be more explicit so that those are always allowed? In the past, several of the things we've done, we served kids up until the age of 18, and I would always say, what about the kids that go to 22 that with disabilities? And it was just known that they were a part of that. I want to make sure that we are extending these programs to those students in transition. So would you, or our staff attorneys?
I will look at that.
Okay. I just want to make sure that they're not excluded based on a description. Thank you.
Maybe I should just say it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
To that. Thank you.
Yep.
There are no further questions or comments on that.
All right. Now we move to policy 2431, which is interscholastic athletics. Here, you're going to see that under Florida law, you are now and continue to be required to allow students who are enrolled in private schools or are educated in a home.
It's not me.
environment are permitted to actually participate in interscholastic athletics or interscholastic sports. So we have modified the policy to incorporate those changes, and that those students must fulfill the same academic and non-academic requirements as your public, your enrollees here in Polk County. So it also reflects that all athletic coaches and sponsors have to have had the annual training for heat stroke and what the prevention and responses should be for that. So.
Hopefully it's not my microphone. Okay. I have a question on page 2. The paragraph that's highlighted, basically says that if the student transfers from one school to another school, then we're required to allow them to participate in athletics at the previous school that they were transferred from. That's my understanding from that. And so my question is there an attendance requirement in there? Like if a student just goes first day of school to a school and then says, you know what, I'm going to transfer, and will we then required to allow them to participate at the first school they were at? They were there for like a day? Okay.
Essentially, yes. Under the statute, they would be entitled to that opportunity.
Okay.
So really what you're dealing with there primarily are your fall sports.
Yeah.
Because football starts in the summer, different sports start in the summer in preparation for fall activities. So that student now has a connection with those students and with that team. So it's unlike a student that just showed up on the first day of school is likely to say, I want to continue to participate in sports here. It could happen, but it does provide that flexibility.
I guess my question is does the state statute allow us to get any more in depth, like add more requirements to that, or are we pretty much? Are you suggesting that we keep this as open as possible?
Right now, the way it's written under B actually addresses, I think, largely the question that you're asking.
Okay.
What happens if the student has poor attendance? What happens if the student's not academically successful? What happens if they have consistent behavioral issues? Quite frankly, they would become ineligible under those criteria alone.
Okay.
So this is not really about program shopping and hopping. Some of that will take place, unfortunately, but the student must maintain eligibility throughout the entirety of this process. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to participate on that team.
Okay.
We will have the opportunity to test this policy.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a situation now, if I may. Winter Haven High School and Collegiate Prep, we have, I think I got that right, we have their dance group, their flag group. So we have students who are actually attending the charter school full-time but continue to participate in the program at Winter Haven because that's just something we've always supported. They still have to be eligible and meet eligibility criterion, but that's been an issue that we've been dealing with. The Devilettes is what they're called, if I recall correctly. Ms. Wyatt's been involved in this topic as well. Ms. Miller.
This is more of a question. So the students that come over from Florida Virtual, or even the students that come over on the homeschool voucher programs, this requires for us to give them an opportunity to participate. But if we set up is there a fee structure involved in that? Are we getting dollars for students? We want to make sure that because I know that that's allowable. It's an allowable expense with our vouchers. So I want to make sure that this is not an excess expense to the district, that we are billing for those services.
So we had developed a fee structure last school year to bring to the board, so we just need to revisit that and bring that to the board for approval, that if students want to participate in certain activities and events, they have to pay their commensurate share of their FTE to ensure that they're covering those costs associated with that participation.
Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt.
That was going to be a similar question with charter schools, is that, so if they were to go to Winter Haven High School the first day of school and then transfer to the charter school, the FTE would go to the charter school, even though we are covering the expenses for that sport. Is there any way for us, with charter schools, is there any way for us to recover some of that? Would we be able to charge?
So when we looked at this last year, the answer is yes. We were told that there are certain fees. In fact, the commissioner and others had touted that you can charge for services for certain students who choose, for example, homeschool, or choose to do different, or pursue different educational opportunities. So when they come back to the traditional school setting, we just have to have that fee structure in place and approved, and obviously make sure that it's fair and does not exceed our actual costs. So
When will that be ready?
I can bring that to the board prior to the start of the next school year. I can make sure that we bring that probably in May or June.
I would say it'd be helpful before summer
Absolutely.
practices start to have
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Thank you.
One of the other things I would mention, and as it relates to that fee structure and what you can charge, you also have to be mindful of if a student is experiencing homelessness, no matter where there are certain waivers that you have to provide no matter what type of education situation they're coming from, private, wherever it may be, that you would still have to provide this opportunity for them if they are experiencing homelessness. So 2431.05, Athletic Injuries Prevention and Treatment Program. This would be a new policy to Polk County. Here, this policy simply reflects the scope of practice that an athletic trainer can provide over the course of sport seasons and participating schools.
I'm sorry, could you state the policy number again? I apologize.
Oh, no. 2431.05.
It's 31, okay. Sorry.
No.
I see no questions.
All right, next up is 2450, Adult and Community Education. Here you will see that we have revised this policy based on House Bill 265. We now include new provisions that students who have reached the age of 16 is not required to take any courses before they could actually take the GED examination unless they have failed to achieve a passing score on the GED practice test that is established by the State Board of Education. We also have removed some language that is already incorporated into another one of your policies, into policy 5465, just so that we are not replicating language that, if it needed to be updated at some point, was missed in one or the other. So.
I see no questions.
All right. So again, this is going to be new to the district, policy 2452. This is going to reflect the Clery Act and disclosure of security policy and crime statistics. This really will just relate to your career centers or tech schools that operate as a post-secondary institution. This is just reiterating the requirements for those institutions that participate in federal financial aid programs and the requirement that they publish an annual security report that identifies the statistical information of crimes that have occurred on campus and on public property. So we have just incorporated those requirements, and it gives you a reminder that you must do this report annually for anything that operates as a post-secondary institution.
And just for the board's clarification, this is a requirement of all post-secondary
Yes.
institutions, but because Travis and Ridge are considered vocational colleges and have the opportunity to now seek accreditation as colleges, it's important for us to make sure that we're in compliance in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
You're welcome. I see no questions or comments.
All right. Next up is policy 2455, dropout prevention and academic intervention programs. Again, a new one to Polk County. This is an optional policy, actually, that we do so still recommend that identifies some areas in which you can have certain responsibilities related to the idea of preventing dropout and how you can intervene academically with students to make sure that they are successful in your schools if they are reaching a certain point of truancy or other areas that often lead to dropout and not meeting graduation requirements. I think you mentioned lunch, and so now there aren't going to be really, no, I'm just kidding.
I see no question.
So policy 5200, attendance. Here again, we have made some modifications here to reflect some statutory amendments that basically deal with excused absences where students are attending appointments for therapy services, as well as other treatments for things like autism spectrum disorders, and also looking at behavioral analysis, speech therapy, occupational therapy. So ultimately, we just want to make sure that you have yourselves covered with what are permitted excused absences, and make this policy just ultimately a little clearer to identify the options that you have when you are dealing with a student who is absent from school quite frequently. So,
Ms. Wyatt.
Yes, on the first page, the highlighted section, the upon each unexcused absence or absence for which the reason is unknown, the principal shall contact the student's parent to determine the reason for the absence. What does that look like in practice? Because I'm thinking of, a couple of our high schools that have, Winter Haven's at 2,600 kids. How many of those unexcused absences are they having every day? And how much time does a principal realistically have to call, even if only 20 kids are absent today that are unexcused, that's 20 phone calls home that, if you're thinking even just that could be hours every day for.
Well, and I could give you the worst case scenarios, early release Friday at high schools, right? Where we tend to have lower census. The reality of this is it is an individual phone call, but it's an automated phone call.
Okay.
So we use our constant contact software. We identify students who have not shown up and been captured in first period attendance. Parents would receive a notification your child was not in attendance today. Please contact the attendance office. That's the follow-up piece that would have to basically occur.
Okay.
So the initial call is automated. The system does that for us. But the subsequent follow-up calls for anyone who failed to call back in and provide information to classify it as an excused or an unexcused absence is where this would become, it is burdensome. I mean, it truly is. But that's really where counselors, attendance staff, and others will have to work together to address. And really what we're looking for is the best way for us to address students with repeated patterns of chronic absenteeism or truancy. Because as you read on, it really gets more definitive about how we're holding families now increasingly accountable for their child's lack of attendance or lack of willingness to participate in strategies or programs that would help improve their child's attendance in our schools.
And one thing I would note is when it says principal with a capital P in policy, that allows for the delegation of that responsibility to the counselors and attendance clerks and such. It's not requiring that the principal actually do that task.
Oh, sorry.
Practice, does it make sense? We all see the number of phone calls, I think, that go out from a school. 99% of the time, I think parents send it to voicemail or answer and, I know that tomorrow's an early release day, and just hang up. Are we getting a good response rate from that? Do people actually call in? I just am worried that that's not the best way to do this.
I would have to speak to Mr. Geary, number one. We get very good data from our automated contact system. We know if you hung up. We know if you listened to the message in its entirety. We know if you didn't answer. And we know how many attempts we made to contact a home. So we have very good analytical data on the initial phone call. I would have to speak to some of our principals and our regionals to collect some data to determine really the impact of having to follow through on that and what percentage of students who are absent do we get a return phone call from, or a note from a parent saying, please excuse.
I'm just wondering if even if it's an automated email that they can respond to and say, please respond to this email and give us the reason, if that would be more successful.
Our
than
messaging program does allow
through
that.
both.
So we could look for an option to do that.
But can they respond to the email, or do we need to put in the email an email address that?
I'd want to spend some time with Mr. Green and Ms. Pasco to determine the best strategy to do that, so that we could collect that information accurately and make sure the schools get it. Because really, at the end of the day, it needs to get back to
Right.
somebody who's going to code it correctly.
Well, that's why if they respond to the email, is it just going back to who is that email?
So I'd need to spend a little bit of time procedurally figuring out how we would address that.
Okay. I just worry, I don't ever want us to put something into policy that is not, A, is not attainable, and B, doesn't make sense for the current status of our
Any of our
employees
building
and our
staff
employee
who are
time.
watching today's meeting are cheering for you loudly.
Well, realistic, for a small 300 kid school, that may be realistic, but for our high schools, there's just no way
Correct.
that that's realistic.
Correct. So I will, when this comes back, I'll have some better answers for the board, or I'll try and provide those prior to your final decision on these policies. Ms. Miller?
I have another one that's kind of procedural as well, because I'm all about good policy, but just to write it in policy and not be able to perform it isn't, I don't think, the intent. So the students who are pulled out, and this has happened even 20 years ago when I was teaching, lack of attendance on the parents to bring them to school, I'll just homeschool them, so they pull them out. I have not seen this done, so I'm assuming that we do have a committee of homeschool that can enforce this. This is where you don't want to get into denying a parent their choice of schooling. But what I've seen is we do have parents that do that sometimes, and then we'll get the kid back in 6 months, and there's not been a lot going on in that 6 months, so the student is further behind. How do you see the implementation of this review? If you're not, I'm sorry for the board, it's where the child is showing a non-attendance pattern, they're pulled out to homeschool, and I guess we've always had the authority to review that homeschool committee, our education review of what's happening at home, and there's a follow-up to that. If it's not happening, then we follow have we done that in the past, or is this going to give us the leverage to do that?
It does, because this is all new language.
Okay.
So the board is essentially creating in policy the opportunity for us to establish that committee and force a review of the child's educational experience and outcomes, which obviously would be directly attributable to their participation or attendance even in homeschool.
Because I can tell you the homeschool is so loose right now, like to ask for somebody a portfolio and give them a time, even the people that are homeschooling don't always have that readily accessible. So I can imagine it might be we need to make parents aware of this, that this is going to be a requirement. So it's not surprising when somebody asks you for your portfolio and they have to provide it.
Yeah, and the home education department actually does a very good job. So anytime that I receive a notification from a family of their decision to homeschool their child, the home education department is always copied on our response. They receive the official letter. And then they immediately follow up with the parents to provide them all of the resources and to point out what the requirements will be for that child, in order for that child to demonstrate success each year. So I would say they do a very good job in that capacity, and creating this committee for further review is not going to be too difficult for us. I see no further questions or comments on that item.
Okay, next up is policy 5465, which is general educational development tests, or your GED test. We have made revisions here based on amendments to Florida Administrative Code that this clarifies the underage exemption process for taking this equivalency test if a student is under the age of 18, including what process you would go through for an appeal, or if you have denied an exemption. Also, I just want to note that the administrative code actually does require that the name and contact information is in your policy. So that is why we are recommending that it be put there, not because we think that it's common that you guys would change that individual from time to time, and unfortunately, it is required that it is in there, so.
So, having said that, does the policy in its entirety have to come back before the board each time if that position were to change? Or is that essentially a Scribner's error? Is it am I gonna have to do a public
What I'm
advertisement?
hearing from them is it could be on the consent agenda, the policy itself, but what I would say is it depends on your understanding of what technical correction is or along those lines.
I'm going to take the position now and in the future that if it is a substantive change, it's going to affect, how people conduct themselves, then that needs to go through rulemaking. If it is a change, for instance, if there's a numbering change, if we are substituting, if the policy requires that we include the name of an individual in a particular position, and there's a change, so we need to substitute that. I think we can do that on a
Okay,
on a
perfect.
consent agenda. But if it is substantive, if it's going to affect the way we do business, then we're going to need to bring it forward through rulemaking.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I see no questions or comments on that.
Wonderful.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Fields?
Oh,
I had a question on the second paragraph to the policy the third, where it says that candidate can only take the GED test 3 times per calendar year. Is that a state requirement, or is that something that we have locally?
I'm going to defer. I don't know that answer.
she's on the GED testing, is that right? You're.
The last sentence of paragraph 3, a candidate may take the GED test a total of 3 times per calendar year.
I believe that's statutory, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
I'm
requirement.
fairly certain that that is a statutory or administrative code requirement,
verify.
but I'm looking back to Mr. Whitmer because I know that he worked on that revision.
Let's see here.
Why do we have it? Why are we limiting?
6A60201.
And while they're looking for it, it says that the student has to pay for it. And so if the student has to pay for it, why are we limiting how many times a year they can take the test?
I wonder what the testing interval is actually for GED. What's that? Yeah. But I wonder if that's in relation to what their current testing interval would be. I don't know. I look forward to the day when maybe HiSET would be considered a high school equivalency as well as the GED.
Is it in the Florida Administrative Code? Why would we have added that?
It's in the template. We've had it there.
Oh, it's in, okay. It is, we cannot find it in the rule or the statute that it can only be taken 3 times. So if you would like to modify that to not have that statement in there, or to modify it that they can take it as many times as necessary, we can make that modification.
Personally, I don't think it should be a limitation saying that they can only do 3 times per calendar year. I just was trying to understand the logic.
So we can provide a waiver for students who are 16 and 17, and to me, it would probably make more sense if we were to be restrictive, because we're covering the cost through the waiver for the GED, that it be for the underage student, but those who are 18 or older, because they're paying the fees directly, it's whatever the testing calendar will support. And that was another question I heard the board asking a moment ago, which is, what is that schedule? What does it look like? So I'd have to do a little bit more research with the team. But to Ms. Field's point, we can probably take a recess or get through one more policy, and then take a break for lunch, and then we can come back to this item. We can use the lunch break to do some additional research. I apologize, this one I'm not as familiar with.
Oh, that's fine. I didn't mean to cause a ruckus with it.
No, ma'am, not at all.
All right, we will come back to that one. So, policy 5500, student conduct. So here you will see some language that pertains to alternatives to expulsion or arrest, and some intervention program language added here. So, as well as a list of those areas of misconduct that require to be reported in your school safety incident reporting, your assessor.
This will not be the last time the board sees this, because there were some additional changes
Yes.
made during this most recent legislative session as it relates to reporting requirements. Part of what you see here, board members, especially in that middle section where it talks about school environmental safety incident reporting, especially stemming from the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission, there were a lot of concerns that there was inconsistencies in reporting. And part of that was not that school districts were intentionally misrepresenting their data, but what we would define as a fight versus what Hillsborough County may define as a fight between two students or multiple students did vary. We had very different operational definitions. That has been clarified now, so we have one consistent understanding of that. I know Mr. Sharpless actually just recently went through part of the training with the new online reporting system and dashboards, so this will actually be data that you'll see reflected there. So you can do comparisons between school districts and schools within your county, and you can actually drill down demographic data, those types of things. So a lot of this is reflective of the work that's been done by this Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission, and the outcomes that they have recommended. I see no further questions on that. You got 3 minutes to get through one more.
Okay, I thought you said we were going to do one more, so I didn't want to jump.
We'll try.
Jump
We'll
the gun.
try.
So here we have added language to policy 5511, dress and grooming, to remove language that students would be suspended from school for dress code violations.
And that was referenced in the prior policy as well. I see no questions or comments.
Well, I have 2 minutes still. Policy 5517.01, bullying and harassment. This will be a replacement document, so a strike all. And here, what you will see is we have really revamped this policy to include the amendments from the new administrative rules, and added language about computer-based bullying and harassment, references to the revised model policy that was done by the Florida Department of Ed. We've clarified definitions of sexual harassment and when those complaints would actually need to go through policy 2266, which is your policy that relates to Title IX. Permit parental notification of bullying that can be provided by email, which is permissible. We've deleted outdated references to No Child Left Behind and changed those to ESEA. We also have made some drafting notes that, to identify for you all that while the term severe and pervasive has been removed from the definition of bullying under the Florida Administrative Code or rule, it has not been removed from the statutory definition. So we wanted to let you know that in some instances, you might see that we continue to include the language severe and pervasive in the definition of bullying. That is because it is still statutorily required to be severe and pervasive. However, the administrative code did remove the terms severe and pervasive. So when the statutes catch up with the rulemaking or the rulemaking gets revised again, we are on top of this, but we just wanted to make you guys aware that there is a internal conflict with the Florida documents themselves. And I think the consensus from your esteemed councils, as well as the council that works with Neola from Sniffen and Spellman, that we keep the term severe and pervasive in the policy.
Mr. Sharpless.
I have a question. I think this is probably more directed towards Superintendent Hyde. On the first page, when it goes through the different A through D there, it talks about the different types of, locations that bullying can take place. On D, is this new, or is D always been in our policy? Because I think this is, I'm curious, we can just talk through that. So it says the use of a data or computer that's not non-school related location, so this would not be on a campus. And then it potentially could not be owned, leased, or used by the district school. So this is a personal computer at home, or device, their cell phone, whatever. I'm just curious, has this been our practice up to this point?
It has not.
Okay, so this is something new.
Correct.
Okay.
To a certain extent, because typically behaviors that take place off campus that are not directly impacting campus are issues that we would not necessarily deal with. Now, it's not difficult to show a nexus to school operations. So we've had a lot of latitude here, but it becomes far more explicit here as to the expectation that we address off-campus issues where students may be taking advantage of gaming sites that have a chat room feature where harassment may be taking place, or TikTok or things like that, because we don't allow that on our campuses by virtue of Florida of statutory language or rule making. And so with those restrictions in place, again, if there's a nexus to school and it's impacting operations or adversely impacting one of our students and it meets the definition, then we will address it on our campuses.
And so but this change in policies based on state legislation that was passed?
I would actually tell you that it is based on the Bremerton decision.
Right.
No. The foul-mouthed cheerleader. I'm sorry, I don't know the case name. That's So there was a court case where a cheerleader who did a Snapchat or a tweet or TikTok, something where she was saying F this, F that about the school, was not found to have enough of a nexus to the operations or creating a hostile environment or any of those things. So it didn't reach the definition. I mean, it was on her own personal phone at a restaurant, and so the district did an investigation and then made a determination that they would not punish her for her behavior. And so, well, I think they did punish her, and then they got in trouble for punishing her. Wes, maybe you can, or Chad, am I giving the wrong facts pattern of this case?
No, there are several things that come to mind on this, and we'll have, this will be the subject of training, because it will be a fundamental change. Bullying is one of those things that we deal with every day in every school. So, and the stakes are high. There's liability involved if we fail to comply with the statute. Now, this also brings to mind, the bus stop situations. Thus far, school districts are not liable for things that happen at a bus stop. bus stop is an address. It doesn't belong to the school board. It's a policymaking decision where to put them. But thus far, we're not responsible for what happens at a bus stop. And that, under the heading of off-campus activities, that's a big one. Here, we're talking about taking jurisdiction over a student for disciplinary purposes for conduct that took place off campus. And a smart attorney is going to come back someday and say, well, if you can punish my child for something that they did off campus, then you've accepted a duty to prevent it from happening. And I'm not sure that is something, I'm not sure they're going to be successful on it, but we do have to constantly guard on that, because the plaintiff's law firms are constantly trying to encroach on that. So we'll be very careful with our training to make sure that we observe dot all the I's, cross all the T's, observe all the niceties. But yeah, the off-campus conduct is problematic for us.
I would say in our policy, that last sentence on number D helps address that a little bit. Of course, anyone can litigate for any reason, but I just want to say that.
Where have you heard that?
Yeah, legal counsel. I just want to say that I think it's a great addition. D is a great addition to this policy. And so I was just wondering if that was our current practice or not. Thank you.
I've used up an extra 6 minutes, Mr.
see no
Superintendent.
further
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I see no further questions or comments. We're going to round it up to 11:40. We will break and recess here, Chair, if we may, for lunch. And I'll leave it to your discretion for the time allotment, 30 or 45 minutes. That's up to you. But we're good to take a break for lunch.
I would say 12:15 return time.
Okay.
And we'll keep moving.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen. Und
3 times and fail. And it's just of those individual sections.
It has to be 60 days between each test.
That's not what I found, but.
What if they ever change that?
All right, board members, at this time, I would like to call this meeting back to order. Hopefully, we had a brief little break, and you're ready to finish strong. And at this time, I'd like to turn it back over to Superintendent Hyde.
And we will pick up where we left off. You want to call the next policy?
Sure.
We'll come back to GED once we get confirmation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we are on policy 5520, which is disruptions of schools and school-sponsored activities. We have added in some language here to address the board's authority to preserve order for proper functioning of its programs, and at the same time, though, acknowledges that there are constitutional rights of students and employees and others. We've updated some statutory references, and instead of having the title be disorder and demonstration, we have changed the title to disruptions of schools and school-sponsored activities.
Ms. Miller?
This is Wes, or someone in that field's question. This is very, this can be interpreted in many different ways. And so, and I just want to be consistent in the interpretation, because if one school is defining a disruption one way and handles it, a different school, we're gonna get that back, that, you know, one school treated students and or staff differently. So should it be this, you can't make it too defined, because then that will limit things.
I think what you want is to have Mr. Hyde, once you guys get yourselves current, to have him, and I know this is something he has been talking about with Mr. Davis here, is getting your procedures written. And I think for me, that is where I would make the rubber hit the road in terms of what constitutes these things, because while you guys can be noticed of what the procedures are, they don't have to go through rulemaking. And therefore, if something that's consistently happening in a school that is in fact a disruption or disorderly conduct or whatever, you can modify that procedure more easily than you can a policy.
Thank you.
So could I ask that we just add in that last sentence that's been struck through?
So is it about you writing procedures? So there is a policy currently in your collection. It's 1030.01, I believe, which gives you authority to write procedures when necessary. And so what we're trying to do is take it out of each policy individually, and you already have that overarching authority.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions on that.
Okay. 5610, removal, out-of-school suspension, disciplinary placement, and expulsion of students. Here, there has been some recent case law in Florida about the disciplinary placement in an alternative school that is considered similar to expulsion. So it is the entitlement of due process if you're going to move a child to one of those alternative school placements. We have cited the case there for you in some of your notes. We also have included a definition of what disciplinary placement actually means to identify for you what those treatments are if you're going to be disciplining a student by placing them in a different setting. Additionally, we have given some examples of the term hearing officer, or no, I'm sorry. We have changed hearing officer to presiding officer. We also have moved some of the more legalese, like the preponderance of evidence standards, in there to provide a little more guidance as to what those things mean. Just because we also wanted to make sure that the standard was in fact consistent with the standard of evidence that now applies in your non-discrimination and anti-harassment policies. So And you also have to retain the records of these disciplinary actions. And so we have added in the requirements for maintaining those public records.
I see no questions or comments.
All right, 8410, critical incident response. Again, this is another one where we're going to make sure that for the conscious choking individuals, we have those videos or those posters available. But I would also like to note that I think it's just that is what the posters are available out there are for conscious choking victims. It's not necessarily that you would not aid or render aid for anyone who was requiring first aid assistance. It's just that those are the posters available for the cafeterias.
See no questions or comments.
All right, 8420, emergency management, emergency preparedness, and emergency response agencies. Here you'll see a number of different Florida Administrative Code rule additions. Here we have gone through several of the rule changes that were reflective of the statutory changes from the House bills that went into effect, which amended various requirements related to your duty as a school board to manage some of the various emergencies out in your schools. Here we specify that the procedures and various emergency drills have to meet the requirements of administrative code, and that ultimately, if there is an active assailant emergency drill, you want to make sure that law enforcement officers who are responsible for responding to those events are physically present and there for some of those drills, because you want to make sure that the teachers and the students and everyone who would be participating if in the event of an actual emergency have gone through the training together. So that piece has been put in there, and also revisions to address the responsibility of the school safety specialists as well as the Office of Safe Schools reporting requirements that are now in place. So as you know, the last several legislative sessions have really focused a lot on school safety. I think someone mentioned the Marjorie Taylor Greene committee. I think that there has been a lot of good work that has come out of that has heightened awareness for what should be in some of your policies and what drills and other things need to be done by schools to keep your kiddos and employees, staff, and everyone safe.
We are good.
All right. 5780, student parent rights. Here we have made some additional revisions to reflect the requirements under state law that here students specifically are allowed to possess medications for headaches when they are on school property, not just for school day, but also at school-sponsored events and activities. And that does not require a physician or other medical individuals' note to have those. So it is something that allows for the over-the-counter treatments for some of those things, specifically headaches. We've also included some changes to the reading scholarship, the New World scholarships, adding some eligibility requirements there. And we also have added in some language again here about the dropout prevention that you saw earlier in one of the other policies about making sure kids have every chance to re-enroll and also make sure there are interventions that are appropriate to keep kids in school.
Mr. Sharpless?
My question is on the medication to relieve headaches, P. Just when it says without a physician's note, so, mom can just, or dad can just send medication in. It said, if the medication is regulated by the U.S. FDA for over-the-counter use to treat headaches. So that kind of opens it wide open to any headache medication. Concern might be, what if it's stuff that may conflict in other policies? If it's, I don't know, like CBD gummies or so, I'm just throwing stuff out there. Could be you said, oh, I got a headache. This is what I'm treating it with. Does that need to be more detailed? That's my only question.
So right now, we actually have a policy, so CBD would not be the issue, it's the THC component that would create an issue. Most CDB does not provide any type of hallucinogenic, reaction, because it doesn't contain the THC component. What this did, and this was actually passed last year, is students may now bring Tylenol, Advil, things like that to school. It is recognizable, doesn't require prescription, doesn't require a visitation to the school nurse. It really is, for some of our students, it can be quite a hindrance. However, if the student is caught taking something that would otherwise create a situation where they're considered to be under the influence, they would be in violation of a subsequent policy that we already have. So it does not open up Pandora's box to any and all medications, because again, these are considered over-the-counter medications versus prescription medications versus, so there is a distinct difference, and I think that what I could do is have Ms. Williams' team come forward at a subsequent meeting and maybe define that better for you, so that you know what we currently allow, what we don't allow, and how we monitor those issues.
So in the
But
subordinate
this is largely
clause,
unregulated.
the subordinate clause there is instructive.
Correct.
If the medication is regulated by U.S. Food and Drug Administration for over-the-counter use to treat headaches. So it's a specific subcategory that they're allowed to have.
And I think that part of that also deals with, like, in other policies, if you wanted to expand into the homeopathic, other areas, but the USDA, I think, really provides some good parameters as to what is allowable for the treatment of headaches for a student to be carrying in their pocket to take for, my migraine that I get after science class every day, or whatever it might be.
Not after science. You never have a migraine after science.
And does this have any, is there any impact on students if they're to give other students medication?
Actually, yes, our policy explicitly prohibits that.
Okay.
And so we address that through the student code of conduct when it comes back to this. So yes, while it's not explicitly stated here, it would become an issue that we would address elsewhere in our student code.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Because that student is a supplier.
Correct. Ms. Miller?
I have a question because I'm concerned about the age of this. So would we, high schoolers carrying Advil is different than elementary school kids carrying Advil to school that parents may or may not know about? So is that another procedural thing that we'll have to look at? And then how do we monitor what's Advil and what's just Percocet? Because it looks the same.
Largely, the issue here is we don't know. This is not something that we have to have, we don't provide permission for. The student can carry it on their person. But if that student, for example, were seen taking something or they were witnessed giving something to someone else, then we become involved through our traditional code of conduct issues, where we would then inquire, what is this? And then we would find out that it's Tylenol or Advil or whatever the issue is. And then that student would not be disciplined. Obviously, they would be if they were giving it to others, but they wouldn't be disciplined for their own consumption. I think to Ms. Miller's point, the greater concern is what quantity or volume might young students bring with them, not realizing I should only take 2, and they take 6. You got a text message from me earlier today about something similar. So it becomes an educational component that we have to make sure our parents are well informed. But again, that's where I'd like to bring Ms. Williams' team back to share with you, because I see that Denise is, come on down. I didn't realize, I got lucky you were sitting here in the audience. Okay. Would you mind outlining, because I know that we've been dealing with this for a good year now.
Good afternoon. Yes, we are working with Mr. Davis to try and clarify procedure language for this. The USDA does help us in this regard because there are a list of about 8 specific medications that solely deal with headaches. And we do specifically reference combination medications. So think about an over-the-counter cold medication that has a headache component with it, along with other components as well. That type of medication would not be allowable to be carried in this kind of a situation. So where we have mainly dealt with this is with middle and high school students, because we do sometimes come across these medications when we are doing our random searches of students. And so there do become questions about, is this medication allowable? We are having conversation regarding volume, how many pills students should be allowed to carry at any given time. And that's something that's still under discussion right now, but we are looking at it very closely.
And again, it's an educational component for the family members as well. It's not just a school disciplinary issue. It's one that we need to communicate effectively to our families so that they realize the potential danger they might place their student in. Because again, without any knowledge, my headache didn't go away. Even with older students, my headache didn't go away. I'll take 2 more. Or I take 6 aspirin in a 3-hour span of time, and next thing you know, they're having stomach issues, or they create an ulcer. There's lots of potential what ifs. So the educational component for us to communicate to our parents is the most important. So, Mr. Davis.
Yes, and I can provide a little bit of background. I think we went over this before when we talked about our medications policy, but this came about because, having worked on the Parents' Bill of Rights, this was never the intention to create rights like this. We were taking existing rights that the court had already found and put them all in one section. In a subsequent legislative session, legislator decided he didn't like the fact that his child got in trouble for bringing headache medicine on campus, so he added it into the Parents' Bill of Rights. So the problem we have is that it is listed underneath those set of rights that are considered fundamental, that we have very little control over, what we can do to regulate it. So, and it's dealing specifically with headache medication. So we are trying to work within those parameters. That's why we're adding it to this policy on parents' rights. It seems like an odd thing to put in there because it is an odd thing to put in there. But that's where we're kind of, our hands are tied. The biggest concern we also have with the students that bring it on campus is trying to make sure the parents know that while, yes, you have the right to send your kid to school with that medicine, you are also liable if that kid overdoses and if that kid shares with someone else, because, we don't have that control anymore. So that is part of the education component we are also working on. So we're trying to find a way to strike that balance. I would like to see a future fix maybe someday with that law, but that is currently where we are kind of stuck with that law.
Thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yeah, just to add to the conversation as well, do we see something procedurally, or there may already be something in our code of conduct as it relates to how you're transporting those items, right? If it's in a baggie or whatever, does it have to be an official container?
We do say that it needs to be housed in the container that it would be sold in. So it needs to be, if it is, you are carrying Tylenol, it needs to be in a bottle that states it is Tylenol. If it's Advil, it needs to be in a bottle that states it is Advil. So it needs to be properly labeled. If it's just random pills in, say, like a snack size bag or something along those lines, then what we would do is we would confiscate that medication. We would contact the parent to just discuss what the policy is. Your child is permitted to carry things, but it has to be in the original container that they would purchase that item in.
Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Fields?
I'm just shaking my head. The liability is huge. And my question is, when parents allow their kids to bring medication that relates to the headache, are they required to sign a statement? Nothing. Okay, that's an issue in itself. And then the other question that I have is what Mr. Davis said, the liability there. So at the end of the day, if something happens to that baby, who's going to be liable? Is it going to be the parents? Is it going to be us? Did they sign anything saying that they're going to be liable if the child takes more than what he or she should be taking?
I will defer to Mr. Bridges on that. I do believe, well, that in the instance where this is a matter of a parent's right, we will lean on that. There will be, I mean, you'll look and see what maybe we have done. If we know that a situation is happening where a kid is sharing medicine and we did nothing, for instance, then there would be some liability there for our own actions or negligence, but I'll let Mr. Bridges address that.
Yeah, we've got a statute that specifically authorizes it. And our first defense would be, Your Honor, the statute. The statute says the kid can possess and take this at school. We can't tell him he can't. So yeah, I think we have a solid defense there. That said, if the student is in possession of something that is not a substance that is permitted under this statute, and we know it and permit it, then certainly liability would attach. So I think the real issue here is everybody's going to have to pay attention, and if we see students taking a bottle out of their pocket and self-administering medication, I think we have an implied duty to inquire, what is that you got in your mouth? What is that you got there? Make sure that it's something that's authorized.
Well, I hear you, and I think that's a tremendous task on the staff.
Absolutely.
I really do. And the liability, I think, is just enormous.
And of course, the counter to that is students have been doing it for years. And before we had the burden of asking them to bring authorization from the doctor, from the parent, whatever, and we were having to monitor every single dose taken by every single student at the school. So there's an administrative burden either way, and it's, we're now in the business, instead of dispensing medicine, of allowing students to self-administer, and we have to pay attention. Yes, there is the opportunity for liability.
There may be a way for us to partially address this concern through our back-to-school forms, because parents already have to provide permission and consent for their child to even see the school nurse anymore. So there may be an opportunity for us to include a paragraph in there that describes this issue and basically says to the parent, understand, we will have no liability here because you're providing it for your child. We're not providing it for your child. I would use this, I'm going to be honest with you, I'll turn it into a partial commercial. If your child is having issues, we have Hazel Healthcare in all of our schools. And they have over-the-counter prescription medications that they can issue to a student so long as the parents provided consent for that evaluation. And that's on every single one of our campuses. So really, this issue, by and large, doesn't even have to be addressed if people just would make utilization of Hazel Healthcare. But to Ms. Field's point, to Mr. Bridges' point, I think there's an opportunity for us to get together and talk about, in our back-to-school packages, getting an acknowledgement letter signed by parents that, do you intend to do this? If you do, you assume the liability kind of thing. So let us kind of play with that and bring that back before the board. Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. And what is the education piece for the number that they're allowed to communicating this with parents? I'm just thinking if we want it in a Tylenol bottle, how easy is it to come across a Tylenol bottle that only has 10 or 15 pills? I mean, most of them are either 100 or 200 or 500 that
The quantity discussion is a difficult discussion because the quantity that is safe to take and the quantity that it is sold in does differ. And so there would need to be some piece of education that we do push out to all parents across the district regarding what are safe dosage levels based on age.
Right. I just, as far as making sure that if we want them to bring it in a Tylenol container, the size of the Tylenol container and how many is actually in it are going to be very different. So are we wanting them to take the other 90 pills out of the 100-pill bottle and keep them at home in a plastic bag?
We are still having those discussions, in all honesty. I think health services has a certain set of pretty strong opinions on that, but then we do recognize that the dosage that is acceptable to take and the dosage that it is packaged as are different. And then you're, again, talking about burden on staff of not only do you have to look for the bottle but then you have to actually physically open the bottle and examine the number of pills in the bottle, which creates more burden on staff. So I think those are policy or procedural things that are still being discussed at this point.
Thank you.
I see no further questions or comments. Oh,
I just have one for Mr. Davis.
Ms. Miller?
So as right now, until we go back, hopefully there's no crisis in the state that pushes a faster change, which very much could happen. As a district, we can't limit this just to higher ages. We can't say you only can bring travel size. We can't do anything with it. It's open. If it's Imitrex, if it's prescription headache medicine, you can bring it. If it's for your headache, bring it. Don't give it to your friends.
Prescriptions would fall under medication still.
Okay.
It's the over-the-counter headache, and it's specifically used for headache. If it's used for other, conditions like, NyQuil or Dayquil or whatever, that would not be allowed. It has to be specifically for headache.
But Tylenol could kill a kid if you take too much of it.
Sure it can.
Okay, this is a concern that I hope they fix before there is a crisis.
And again, putting it in that Parents' Bill of Rights was the issue, because that law was crafted in a way using court rulings describing these rights as fundamental. That was meant, for very specific rights, and it was not meant to be a free-for-all to throw things in there and create new rights that then are protected by that same strict scrutiny standard. That's the issue here, and it is something that should be addressed. I understand if the legislature wanted to make room for allowing headache medicine, but they should put those parameters in there as well, and it should not be under a strict scrutiny standard that the Parents' Bill of Rights has.
Thank you.
No further questions or comments on that?
And actually, that was the one comment I was going to make, is that unfortunately, there aren't really restrictions you can currently box in there based on, for kindergartners versus a ninth grader, which is what you asked, so. All right, next up is 5782, which would be new to you all, and it is the parent guardian notification and permission as it relates to school-sponsored events and activities. You might have seen that there has been some news surrounding this, with a permission form being required for a speaker who came to a classroom on Black History Month. So this is sort of, unfortunately, the way the administrative code rule was written, as well as the statutes, it does clearly state that this can't be an opt-out or an opt-in, that it is per activity. But if it's related to the curriculum, that is mandated by the state, we would not recommend that you request or require a permission form for that. And it looks like Mr. Davis wants to add into this.
Yeah, we had a conversation about this when we rolled out the form. I presented it to you. There has been an update in the rule that actually was promulgated, and fortunately, and we do capture this in our policy, fortunately, we will be revising our forms to remove one of the most burdensome parts, which required us to list every adult that was going to be present. That's what our current form required. That was the best advice we had at the time. Now we will be putting down the types of sponsors and guests as opposed to listing out everyone. So that will relieve some of the concerns we had where, in our music programs and our athletics, the concern was they don't know who's going to be there, but now they can list the type of person, whether it's going to be coaches, parents, chaperones, whoever they are inviting. They just have to put the type of guests. So that's what the rule now allows us. So we'll be updating that for the next school year.
And we will address, there are some other areas that, quite frankly, the legislature failed to really take notice of in implementation in their desire to push this. They are now exclusionary towards our ROTC programs, all of our armed branch services. They are also exclusionary of college recruitment, because those are all extracurricular activities that take place on our campuses. So the Army cannot come on our campus without parental permission. They can't go in the cafeteria like they used to in the high schools. Now, I have taken a position that we are allowing that. But just to be clear, we will have to send out a form at the beginning of the school year for high schools or any middle schools where we have these types of ongoing activities. Let me give you an example of how far this reaches. I can't send high school kids for academy programs to the middle school to talk with them about this without parental consent. If you look at the strict adherence of that policy, parents must be informed because these are guests coming in who represent the program, but I can't control what they may or may not say. So the parents have to be informed of these types of activities. So it's too far reaching, but we're trying to seek some additional clarification and support. And this goes back very much like the conversation we just had about medication. You know, regardless of the intentions, you've got to then provide a Dear Colleague memo or some additional information to help us regulate and manage this process. And so it's unfortunate that we've had to take a position to say we're still going to allow college recruitment, we're still going to allow, you know, our different military branches to come on our campuses to talk to kids. I mean, but think about how many different programs are out there. FFA, excuse me. We've got all these different programs that otherwise could be largely excluded if the parents choose not to allow their students to attend. Since a lot of these activities in high school occurred during the lunch period, right? You've all been on campuses, or I recall being on multiple campuses, and the Army's there, the Marines are there, the Navy's there, and they're talking to our kids. Where do I put kids whose parents decide they want to opt out if they're not in the cafeteria? I don't have an alternative placement for those students. So these are areas that we've got to work through the legislature to create better working parameters, or in the interim, at our back to school packet, parents will basically sign a generic consent saying, I'm okay with the following. And that, therefore, we've covered all our bases. Because it seems a little ludicrous that long-standing traditions and relationships that we've had with things that only better our students, college recruitment, can't come on campus without parental consent and talk to kids. So that's a ridiculous burden for us to have to manage. But we'll work through it, and we'll come up with some policies and practices that will help us best address those moving forward.
Amanda, is that an issue in other states, or is that a Florida-specific thing?
Florida has really become very interested in the parental rights and then the opt into all of these activities. Now, we're seeing bills being proposed in other states, but they are not making as much headway as they have here in Florida.
It feels like a Florida-specific issue. It's like jumping the shark.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. And it sounds from your comments like we've gotten approval that we could do one form that goes out at the beginning of the year with check boxes that's more generic. Is that something that we can add into this policy, that is how we're managing that? I just worry that we'll get 10 years down the road when some of us aren't sitting here and realize the historical behind it, and somebody come back and say, well, our policy says we have to sign it every time, to make sure that it's...
I think based off the comment that was made earlier as to why it doesn't always end with the superintendent shall develop procedures, I'm going to operate under the assumption that I have that latitude to make sure that we can convey that to families. And if we need to add something in here that we can do a permission, I'm seeing a no, that they're not recommending that.
Okay.
I would not recommend that. I looked at Chad and I was like,
So, and this particular issue is a rule, not a law. It came from the state board, not from the legislature. So we are, we can talk with the department and find out, where they think the guidance may be. Obviously, this is something the legislature could step in if they wanted to add their own parameters to it, and I think we were advocating for that this last legislative session. I would keep it as it is because it is pretty much lifted directly out of the rule. And so as far as showing our policy is in full compliance with the rule, we're not deviating from that language. If we were to work through the procedures, that may be the better way to go about that. And, hopefully this won't be an issue, once the kinks get ironed out. Every district's dealing with this, by the way. Wes and I have been in conversation with all the other attorneys. We see, it's an ongoing concern, and I think we'll find that happy medium eventually, and then we can probably update our policy at that point.
Well, and I'm just noticing the distinction as we sit here. The state board rule that has all the elements of informed consent spelled out is specific to field trips. Whereas the language in the proposed policy says we require this for, let's see here.
Events and activities, field trips, extracurricular. and
That's all
It's,
from the rule.
the rule is extracurricular, and it defines
Yeah.
field trips, it defines after-school tutoring.
So I'm trying to get back to the
The,
5782.
There were two,
Yeah, we include that for school-sponsored events or activities, but the statute,
there are two different rules, Wes, that impact it.
I'm looking at the parental notification and permission portion here, where we say, we have A through F, and those in the statute, those are all specific to field trips. And we've made it more broadly applicable to any school-sponsored event or activity.
the rule is the school-sponsored activities. The rule itself, if you look at 6A 10.085
That's where I was.
and 6A 10.089.
Okay, 10.085 is specific to field trips, right? So we have a separate one on 089. Open up. It's a different list. Let's see, nature of the event, date and time, yeah. It's still, informed consent has date and time. It's not something we can do globally. Specifically, the nature of the event or activity, the date and time, the location,
Believe me, this was one that Terry Harmon and I
took it apart.
went round and round, and then with all of the folks that work for us, associate-wise, as well as the other attorneys who have retired and are working with us, it was one where a lot of clients have said, can't we have just an opt-in or an opt-out? And
No, it's
our, yeah,
If it's an informed consent, it has to be specific.
correct.
So to clarify further too, the department is very much aware of the concerns that have been expressed by school districts across the state as it relates to how this is impacting our day-to-day operations. And the department has approved and is supportive of our position, just so we're clear.
Cool.
That as far as inviting ROTC, college recruiters, and allowing them to continue to come on our campuses, they absolutely support that and said that they would address any complaints that come to their office, that we
It
have
would be
that.
nice if if the legislature would treat that as a glitch and fix it.
State board, the state board will have to address this issue.
Oh, yeah,
They are working through that now,
that's
is
the
my
rule,
understanding.
not statute, yeah.
So that they can get back to it and rather than address the carve-outs on the front end, I think they're seeing, here are all the issues that we now have to create exceptions for or policy revision for, and my hope would be that they address that in the upcoming year. So,
That is our hope, too.
I see no further questions.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I know I'm one board member, but I still think putting that it would be either or, that it's not I just worry that down the line, somebody's gonna come back and read this and say, well, it says that you'll have a permission form for that event, and not be an option anymore. So I want to make sure that that's codified in policy. But again, I'm one board member.
Any thoughts on that?
Sorry for the confusion.
Just that as we're looking at, this specifically says that there is a permission form that includes at minimum the following information. Just to add a line saying that we'll have a generic permission form for the year that can incorporate all of that. That way it's codified in policy.
I think we could say that for specific activities, but to Mr. Bridges' point, if the Young Republicans Club wants to invite 12 guest speakers in, we must do a separate permission slip for each guest speaker, correct?
Unless we know in advance when they will be, who they will be.
However, if we're inviting one of our military service arm branches to come in, and we know that they're going to be in the cafeteria on the third Tuesday of every month, that can be, I believe that we can address generically based off my conversations with the department. So I think to your point, Ms. Wyatt, I think there are some activities we can capture in a generic permission slip or an acknowledgement versus a requirement for each individual club session meeting date. Because that's really where this stemmed from, was concerns with bringing in speakers who might be in violation of some of the Parental Bill of Rights and other LGBTQ and other factors, other issues that were present at the time.
So just a follow-up question on that. Will it be able to capture things that we don't necessarily have dates for? So example, if you're, some of our Academy's classes, they have guest speaker, that it's not like it's, I'm scheduling a guest speaker every third Tuesday of the month. We have a list of guest speakers and they're able to come on the fourth Thursday or the whatever it is that.
Probably could not capture that in a generic form. That would have to be done individually. And that's how we've been managing it so far. But I could take time to confer with Mr. Bridges and Mr. Davis to see.
This is harmful to kids, to be completely honest. So I would like to make sure that I care less about being in compliance on this than I do doing what's best for kids. And if that's a stand that we need to take, I think this is something that's worth taking a stand on, especially when it's coming to our careers and workforce development things that.
I think the one carve out and caveat that maybe we're not being clear on is if it is relating to the curriculum, if it is a guest speaker who's going to come into one of your CTE programs that is like a licensed welder and they're going to talk about their profession and that's part of what that core course is, you don't have to have permission slips for things that are relating to your core elements of your course. Okay. It's when it's.
Yes, extracurriculars, school-sponsored activities, that's not curricular stuff.
So as it relates to the curriculum and curricular activities, that is what I believe we have also seen come about from some of the other issues that other districts have faced was that part of your core curriculum or a required curriculum component that you were bringing this speaker in for, and it wouldn't require a parental permission slip.
Okay. The way that we have currently viewed it, our academies are supplemental program. I don't know that they've ever been considered not to be supplemental to the core curriculum. They are electives. Most of them are also doing things after hours.
It would be after hours things that you might have questions about, but to me, if it is part of my overarching education in the Polk County schools, I don't think if it's math, science, reading.
Yeah,
yes,
the classes that you are signed up for are not school-sponsored events.
Right.
They're not extracurricular. If there is an extracurricular component and you have the opportunity to go if you're in a chemistry class and you have the opportunity to go visit a laboratory, that would be covered. But if someone from the laboratory comes to the class to describe how chemistry applies in their professional life, that's curricular. We'll have to dope this out as we go along,
Thank you.
like so many things. Somebody will find a way to complain.
Ms. Fields?
I was going to basically say that who determines whether or not someone is okay to come into the classroom? If you have an American history class and you're talking about Black history, can someone come from the community and be a speaker talking about Black history?
Absolutely, and I think part of it also with that, though, is you have protocols in place under other policies about how, if I'm going to come into the school and be a speaker, you have, or a volunteer or whatever it might be, there are the checks that you're doing about those individuals before they're coming in and presenting to your course curriculum.
I'd take it a little farther, Mrs. Fields. If you've got a history class or civics class where education about Black history is part of the curriculum and a speaker comes to that class, no problem. If you have if it's Black History Month and you schedule a convocation, a gathering for the entire student body.
It is.
That's a school-sponsored activity, and we would have to go through the process. Does that make sense?
It does, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly and the importance of educating everyone and making sure that our employees are not afraid to invite people to come into their classrooms.
That's one I would go to war on.
Let's hope we don't have to.
And I think that that's also where, again, some of the procedural elements that are getting hammered out, you know, how the form is going to be revised for next year because of conversations with the department. This policy language reflects what is mandated by the two Florida Administrative Code sections, right? Like, now it's where do we have that wiggle room at all in our procedure to move this forward based on conversations Mr. Hyde has had with folks up at the department, what we're seeing happen in other districts around the state. You know, as Chad mentioned, this is something that's on the FSBAA listserv quite frequently about how are you dealing with this? How are you handling making sure that we aren't getting letters from the State Department of Education telling us we've done something wrong, so.
Dr. Allen?
Yeah, I was just going to add to this. So as it relates to required education, right, curricular initiatives, and it can fall underneath the guise of that, right? So, for example, elements of civil government, which is required, could be accounted to the ROTC program. I don't know how far you can go with this. And then I was looking at, character development programs, nature and importance of free enterprise, right? So then our CTE programs, in essence, if we bring in a guest speaker, would that count as required? So this is, free enterprise. So we're talking about that within the context of our required education. So this guest speaker then would not have to go through that process. Is that true?
I think we both concur that, yes, that would be true.
Okay.
And I think also understanding what this was meant to capture, we're making a good faith effort to make sure that we are capturing that. When it comes to the extracurricular student-led clubs, where parents may not want their students to be a part of for various reasons, it could be religious or political or whatever their reasons may be, that's where the consent forms are most important. When it comes to programs that we offer, when it comes to our athletics, music, all of these other activities that we organize and that we provide, we already have consent forms in place in general to make sure that, parents are aware of what their students are getting involved in. I've advised Mr. Talbot and Ms. Cummings about, if you have a calendar of events already planned, and they usually do for those programs, and you can put down anything you foresee might be extra. Makeup practices will be held on Tuesdays. The coaches who will be present, list of coaches, as much information as you can provide that meets the criteria of the rule, then that gives the parents the informed consent of, okay, if there's a makeup practice, I know it's going to be at this location on this date, and I know who's going to be present. We could capture it that way with one form for the whole year if you have it that well planned out. Where we get into, a little more murky is when special things pop up, and then we have to go back and get more consent for that. But as far as, if we're making that good faith effort, this is something where we'd have to work with the department and find out if they think we're not following it, figure out how to further comply. And I think as long as we can make an argument that we are trying to follow the rule as best we can in good faith, then I'm not too concerned about us getting in trouble for it.
All right. Thank you.
See no further questions or comments.
All right. Now we are moving to religion. So I guess probably another area where there might be some questions. In Policy 8800, which is now titled Religious Ceremonies and Observances, you will see that we have made some significant modifications here to reflect a lot of the language and available times for silence and other things like that based on the Kennedy versus Bremerton School District suit. As you all may know, in that decision, employees do have the rights to free exercise of religion, especially if it is in time that is considered their own moments, such as Mr. Kennedy was in fact kneeling after football games, after, everyone had gone and done what they were going to do as it relates to the game. This was his own private moment of thanks and prayer.
Private moment on the 50-yard line.
I know, but
Never mind.
that is what the Supreme Court has found, that we are allowing that, but it cannot still, but we still have parameters within the school buildings. Like if a teacher can't stand up and inoculate folks with the prayer at the beginning of class every day, or have any requirements for prayer or religious organizing. We also have moved some of the flags and other information from the policy on religious ceremonies and observances, and just sort of separated out that content, because under Chapter 120, policies are supposed to be about singular subjects, and we didn't really think that flags, although they are maybe patriotic, are not necessarily part of the religious ceremony and observances. So you'll see there that we have made that separation, but also really revised 8800 to reflect Kennedy versus Bremerton.
Mr. Sharpless?
I just have a couple questions. Well, one really. When it comes to students as well as staff members, like student organizations, like Fellowship of Christian Athletes, events like See You at the Pole, how does this impact those?
It doesn't.
Okay, because that is technically on school property. So that's where
Correct. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean,
That's the key.
the student-led piece there is the key. Because they are student-led organizations, student-led, meet at the pole type of things, like those are student organizations, and that is sort of where the tipping point is versus having an employee or staff member running those
The
organizations.
key is student-led.
Okay.
The employees who interject themselves into these things and offer prayers and give the appearance of leading, that is when the conflict comes. As the Bremerton decision stands for the proposition that employees, teachers also have rights to exercise their religious beliefs, but they don't have the right to inflict it or impose it or demonstrate it to students.
But if they're invited by the student group, then they're allowed to, or no?
I would be very cautious about that, because it's predictable enough that a student group, there's going to be a sponsor for that club.
Exactly.
And the smart move for a sponsor is, even if they're invited to lead the group in prayer, to decline and say, no, this is your thing, your deal. I'm here to help, but please proceed. Yet this is something that someone will complain about, and there's these cases, they're expensive, they're federal, and people don't back down on them. So the potential is great. As I remember my high school principal saying that is a matter for private devotions, and I would second that and recommend it. Be present, be visible, be supportive, but let the students lead the student-led clubs.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Fields?
I was going back up. I think it's the first sentence. Decisions of the United States Supreme Court have made it clear that it should be not instead of no.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. That was all that I had.
Got that? Okay.
I see no further questions or comments.
So then you will see 8810, which is, as I mentioned, the flags area. So we have moved in the American flag, the flag of the state of Florida, and the official motto of the state of Florida into one policy to reflect what you have to do to have lights on the flag and all of those things.
See no questions or comments.
Okay, we are now to the instructional materials and challenges section of the conversation here, and I believe, if I am not mistaken, that these were in front of you all as the board in February? 2522, okay. So 2520, as well as 2521, are about the selection, adoption of instructional materials and equipment and what your instructional materials program is going to encompass. What we have offered here are changes based on Senate Bill 1048, Senate Bill 2524, and also some ongoing work that we have just done with clients as they are dealing with the requirements under the committees being used during the instructional material adoption process, and making sure things are appropriately publicly noticed and that the public is given a reasonable opportunity to comment on the instructional materials and those that are going to be put in the school libraries and other aspects of your curricular work. We also have put in here some language about the evaluation and selection of the books by your media specialist, and these do incorporate some of the requirements established in Florida Administrative Rule so that it identifies the format and search requirements that you have to have when publishing your library materials in your media center, as well as the grade level reading lists that are required under the administrative code. So we also have added in the superintendent's requirement to certify to the Commissioner of Education in terms of how much you guys will be provided in an allocation of funds for said instructional materials. So, as well as the certification by the superintendent to the commissioner by August 1st about the staff development plan that supports the fidelity of implementing your instructional program. You also will see in these two policies some language regarding principals' responsibilities, how you all as the board have to provide the publication of these materials on the website so that the parents can determine what access they want their kids to have, as well as what your what your process is going to be related to objections by parents. So we've also added in the New World Reading Initiative and the annual instructional material certification requirements that the superintendent completes each year as well.
See no questions or comments.
So we'll move to 2521, so you can look in that one.
See no questions or comments?
All right. Then we will move to policy 2522, which is the challenges to adoption or use of instructional library or reading list. The policy you will see before you is the policy that you guys had in front of you in February. Nothing has been modified to this draft, so if there are comments or questions, we are happy to try to answer those now.
Mr. Sharpless?
Yeah, this all started and came back because I brought up a couple of amendments I wanted to potentially propose, and I didn't realize we weren't allowed to do that during a public hearing. And so I just would like to discuss those now, if that's an appropriate time. Get board consensus. These were just things that, when I looked at the policy, things I can make it a stronger policy. It's really my only motivation. And so I'll start with, on page 3, letter B. We're talking about the review committees, and we kept it broad there, one or more. So the numbers 1 through 4, one or more parents or of students, one or more certified library media specialists and English language arts teachers. We struck out one or more board members, and then number 4 is one or more lay persons knowledgeable in the area. And so my thought is that one or more makes it very, to me, I would like to see something more defined. I would like to see something more concrete. I suggested equal parts be added in there. I'm open to board comments, right? Let's talk through this, but I would like to see something more concrete than just one or more. That's my personal opinion on this, to make it a stronger policy. So you want me to go through each one like that, or how do you want me to do?
You need to be more specific on what you're asking.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, we'll make it very clear. I would like to see this say that under B, appoint a review committee which must consist of equal parts, and then strike out one or more of 1, 2, and 4. I'm also open to other ways of crafting this, but I think one or more is too loosely defined. So the board can.
So I'm going to turn to the chair, because if you have board members who have to comment based off Mr. Sharpless's question, I have no way to call on board members in that regard. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to revert it back to you.
All right, thank you, Superintendent. So based on structure here of order, we've got Mr. Sharpless that's got some thoughts here, some proposed amendments on the floor. I see that, Mr. Bridges, you withdrew your point there, so I'll just move on from there. So, Ms. Miller, you're up.
Thank
You're
you.
recognized.
Chair Allen. I'm just trying to understand so I can understand so you feel that one or more, saying equal parts, so let's say there are one of each, that would be equal parts. So you're saying, this is already saying there will be one or more of each of these groups. But you're saying you don't want 3 of one and 1 of the other. You want, if there's 3 parents, you want 3 certified media specialists or 3 laypersons. I understand, I mean, if that, the board can have input on that. I just don't know when it would be, if there's 8 parents, I've got to find 8 certified library specialists. That would be my only concern. Thank you.
As a practical matter, I think it's going to become increasingly difficult to find people who are willing to spend the time on these committees, because these are going to be very serious conversations, and they can be controversial or contentious. So it's going to be difficult. I think the burden is on us to implement, on the district to implement whatever the policy is with fidelity, and which to me means you should not have someone of whose intent is questionable in trying, who appears to be trying to stack the deck one way or the other. We're going to need to be very cautious about that. But I take Mr. Sharpless's point. You know, if the idea is to have an equal voice for each of these categories, and if it's going to be a democratic process and you're going to put it to a vote, if you end up with, 5 media specialists and 1 parent, that's, the optics of that are, well, let's just say they're problematic. So, I don't know the best way to approach it. I don't know, define it how you will, but right now, you could have, technically, you could have, if we take the board member out, you've got 3 different categories, so you could have a committee of 3 people. Taking Mr. Sharp's point, if you wanted to have more of one, then you would need a committee of 6 people, because you would need 2 from each category. Or if you had 3 from one category, you'd have to have a committee of 9. Trying to get that done is going to be logistically difficult. It's, the more people you have, the more difficult it's going to be to coordinate, get people together.
There may be a caveat, if I may. Well, I'll wait, because you have other board members who.
Yeah, we got a long list here, and we'll keep going. Ms. Miller, are you done?
Yeah, I was just trying to understand, and I understand wanting to have equal parts on a committee, and if we don't have 6 media specialists for 6 parents, does it stop the process? Like that would be my concern, that it would elongate the process because we wouldn't be able to, so that's.
Well, it also means if everybody is not there, can you proceed?
Yeah, that would be my concern.
Without the noise, it does not provide for a quorum.
Right, thank you. If somebody can define that, and if now do we see a problem? Do people have a problem now that there's not 6 to 6 and 4 to 4? Like I think it would cause a great burden, but I also would be concerned that if somebody doesn't show, because we've had people say they'll serve and then they don't show, and then what do you do then? I don't want to stop the process.
I just ask Amanda, have you had this question come up in other Florida districts? Or is there a prevailing practice that you see? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. I have not had the question asked of me as to should we make it equal parts, and does it need to be more than 1? Does it need to be 2 in each? I think that the flexibility offered here with, sort of the at least 1 in each of those categories allows you optimal without requiring it to be equal parts, would mean that if, you had 2, 2, 3, and 3 of the people didn't show up, you still could continue on with your process. But
I will say this, if I were conducting the training based on the existing language, my foot stomp for the people I was training would be, don't try to stack this. If you do, it's going to be visible. You need to implement the policy with integrity and make sure that you have you have membership that is legitimate, and you're not trying to stack the deck.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bridges. We're going to keep moving. Ms. Wyatt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. So my concern is similar to what Ms. Miller has mentioned, is that, what happens if we have 3 of each and 1 person doesn't show? Does that mean that we now kick 2 other people off the committee to keep it equal? That I guess I'm trying to understand, has there been an issue that is there a problem that we're trying to resolve and get ahead of? And if so, what would that be? And is it best to do that in policy or in procedure? I sometimes worry we try, oftentimes policies are made with good intentions, but I think what we're doing right now is trying to implement policies that were made with good intentions that in practice are going to make it very difficult to do business. So I want to make sure that we are not making it harder on ourselves or on those that are doing business to implement.
Thank you, Ms. Wyatt.
Sorry, can Justin, I just want to make sure I understand what from his perspective we're trying to combat with this, because that may help me offer it if there's another solution. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And I'm going to keep going through comments, and Mr. Sharpless, you will be recognized here in a moment, so we can maybe collect these comments, and maybe you can address those in your comments. Mr. Nolte, you're recognized.
Thank you. I agree with what Justin mentioned about the numbers. To me, it just doesn't balance out right. And what Wes mentioned about, if we have 6 or 8 or 9, I know that I wasn't here, neither was Justin when you did the original book thing, and I think it's just way too complex. I think we're making this a mountain out of a molehill. I think there's got to be a better way of doing this, and we're spending so much time on this, which I know it's important, but I think we need to streamline it. Mr. Hyde, when I wasn't here, you came up with. Well, how did you explain it? When we talked one time, you talked about a possible different way to doing it than the board voted on doing it, the book situation, and this is what Justin's bringing up and things.
So the initial recommendation to the board about books, when we were receiving book challenges, and we wanted to ensure that parents had optimal choice, was to do both an opt-in and an opt-out. Right now, at the time, the board decided that having both running simultaneously would be problematic. So we just did the opt-out. The opt-in arguably would have allowed for us to take any book that was being challenged, that people had concerns with, and we could isolate that book, and students could only have access to those materials if their parents gave them permission for those explicit materials. But again, that was not something at the time that was supported, because it was there were concerns about workload, there were concerns about other issues with parents and students, and which books end up being pulled for. It's kind of like what they do at the collegiate level, where they have a reserve library. I think I'm calling it the right thing, Dr. Allen and Mr. Sharpless. If I'm wrong, please correct me. So that was kind of the concept behind it, but we have an opt-out at this point.
Because I've had people talk to me numerous times that they've gone to a school to sit on a committee, and by the time they found places to park, because they had the buses dismissed then and everything, they couldn't even get into school. Or I've had people say that it was a little bit above their pay grade as far as how to do it on the computer. So I just think there's got to be a better way to doing this.
All right, Mr. Nolte, anything else? Good, all right. Ms. Fields, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like for it to be more specific. It would be 2 parents of students, 2 instructional staff, however many it would be, but not saying equal partners. And then my other question is, what's going to be manageable? The size of the group, being able to manage and to get the work done. Those would be my 2 biggest concerns. And I'm interested in hearing Superintendent, his caveat, I think is what he said. He had something.
Yes, ma'am. Since we're coming back to Mr. Sharpless, would this be an appropriate time for me to offer? So, Mr. Sharpless, you made it well known that, this is a starting place. Let's have a further discussion. So looking across the state, our policy right now is very consistent with other large urban districts in the state, as far as the composition of the committee review structure. However, to your point, if there are concerns with what happens if the staff number exceeds the parental engagement number or exceeds the other partner's number, right? And I think part of this concern, to Ms. Wyatt's question, is we had committees that maybe had 10 people, we had committees that had 5 people, or 6 people. But that's a direct result of whether or not families are willing to commit the time and engage at the school level to participate in the review committee, because it is a task. It comes with a high level of scrutiny, there's a lot of pressure, but it's a lot of time. You have to read a book within a specified period of time, provide insight, review it, provide your feedback. What I would suggest is, rather than coming up with an explicit number, I would ask the board to consider that no single category can exceed a certain percentage of the total number of the committee. I think that's probably the best caveat. So for example, parent group can't exceed 50% of the total membership of the review committee. School staff can't exceed 50% if that makes sense. I think that provides the bumpers, the safety rails that you're looking for, so that you don't end up with significant disproportionality in participation and membership. But I think anytime we try to put an explicit number there, it's going to be problematic. And I very much I think some of the concerns you've heard expressed from your colleagues, the concern ultimately is, what if someone withdraws from the committee? What's going to be our official position, especially if it was a committee member, that group was a committee of one? That will stall the process. If there are two or more, it would not. But so I think to address your specific concern or your interest, largely is, would you come up, I would offer that you select a percentage that a single group cannot exceed that percentage of the total membership, and that creates the safety rails that you're looking for.
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde. I do want to have an opportunity to give some comments too, before you get to, collectively address all of these. I would be curious, Superintendent Hyde, how, like, the parent versus the staff as well. So would you allow, like, a parent to be that representation, but yet they're a staff member? Or would you say that those have to be separate as well?
To date, they've been separate.
They've been separate. Mm-hmm. And then, I do want to draw attention to, so when you say this is congruent to all other school districts across the state.
Let me clarify. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They could be an employee elsewhere, because I believe we had one case where they may have been an elementary parent, but they were addressing a high school issue. They're an elementary employee, excuse me, but they have a high school student, so they were part of that committee, if I'm recalling correctly, or something to that effect. So, but it's not necessarily an employee at the school, correct, Ms. Davis? Why don't you come down to the mic, if you would?
And just as we're following up on that, I do, want to draw attention. We're striking out something here, right, as it relates to board members being on committees. Do we have other districts across the state where board members were serving on those committees? Because, just to be on record, I've never been, asked to serve on a committee. So you're saying, Ms. Amanda, that, board members typically would not serve on these committees collectively. So
Correct, because in the end,
It comes back before the board.
before the board, and
Correct.
you guys would be the final arbiter.
Mhm.
And you don't want to have been part of that initial committee recommendation and then be the final arbiter as well.
It could place a board member in a position of a perceived conflict of interests. If they were to advocate for a position on a committee and then take part in the vote.
So, yeah, I don't know why this was then in the policy initially, but obviously we didn't abide by that in a sense. So,
Well, point of clarification, it's not that you didn't abide by it, because the language says may. It does not say shall, does not say must. So when we first discussed this going back to 2020, 2021, there was an acknowledgement that board members would serve at the secondary appeal level to avoid any potential conflict. And so that was the agreement that we arrived at that time. Across the state, based off the review I've done to look at how many days people have for an appeal process, what process they utilize, board members do not sit anywhere near the school level review. They are actually either the secondary or tertiary review. So even if an appeal comes, so some large urban districts like Miami-Dade, Broward, and others, if there's an appeal, it ultimately comes to the superintendent. If the parent is still dissatisfied with that appeal, it then goes to the board. The board basically then directs them to go to the magistrate. But the board members do not sit on review committees.
yep. Okay, good. Good clarification.
Thank you.
Stacy.
So maybe I can provide a little bit of clarification. So we actually have two things happening here. We have in our procedure, we have the school level committee that happens first. And then what we're talking about, as my understanding with what we're looking at, the numbers and the proposals here, is that's the district level appeal committee. So at the school level, you've got the media stakeholder committee that is comprised of the administrator, the media specialist, the parent, the teacher. We have really stressed to our media staff that for all transparency purposes, we want that parent and the teacher staff member to be completely separate. We really don't want it to be somebody who's filling double spots or whatever, so to speak. But it could be somebody on a parent role who is an employee at elementary school, but they're sitting on a high school committee. And then we also have, I think it's like community members as part of that. So we really do stress that it needs to be somebody separate. On our district appeal level committees that we have right now, we have a parent
we have a teacher on the committee who is a parent, right, of a child in the school district. And I believe we have opposite too. So we have a parent who's a teacher in another school, but not at a high school where that book was currently challenged. And then I will say that historically, when we've had any appeal level committees, that we have had more ELA teachers on the committee, so English language arts teachers, running usually only 1 to 2 certified media specialists on the committee. It was challenging this current go around to find, because when the majority of the books were in high schools, it was very challenging to find 2 high school media specialists to serve on this current committee, because our procedures state they can't have already served as a reviewer on the school level committee. So it was challenging. Like when we went through the media specialists who applied, I really ended up with the 2 that are serving on the committee because it knocked everybody else out at that point.
All right. Mr. Sharpless, thanks for your patience.
Absolutely. I'm enjoying the conversation and getting to hear everyone's perspectives. Superintendent Hyde, you took the words out of my mouth. Whenever we were talking through this, I wasn't married to the idea of equal number. I wanted there to be a perception of equality. And so I would be in favor of a percentage, consisting no more than 40, whatever percent. I'm okay with that. I wanted it to be more clear than just one or more. That was my point. And Sarah Beth, Board Member Wyatt, that was my, yes, what kind of issue we're trying to solve with this policy. That was my concern. What our legal counsel said. I don't want the perception of stacking the deck one way or the other, to be quite frank. That's just my opinion. So I would be open to the superintendent's suggestion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sharpless. Ms. White, you are recognized.
I apologize. Ms. Superintendent Hyde answered my question.
Okay, great. And Ms. Miller?
Thanks. I am glad we had this conversation because I did not understand that was the concerns that you have had, or somebody obviously has had them, is why they're being raised. And I can tell you, as someone who sat in a lot of IEP meetings, it's always 1 to 2 parents with 16 staff members staring at you. And that's not done on purpose. That's just how it works out. So I understand the fact of not wanting more one group than the other. My biggest concern was, where are we going to find these people to equal it out? Especially now that you've explained, Ms. Davis has explained that they can't serve at the school level and then back at the district. We're running out of specialists unless you borrow them from other districts, and we're not going to pay them to come over here, and they're not going to do it on their own time. So I think the biggest concern I had would be finding enough, and even enough parents. I mean, the little bit that I've even heard about these committees is that people are saying they'll do it, they're not reading the books, they're not showing up. And so the underserved is several groups. And so that was my biggest concern. To do equal, you wouldn't have enough people in the room. So I think that this good conversation has came up with a solution that I hope works for your concerns, Mr. Sharpless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. All right, any further discussion on this particular issue? If not, okay.
I have some other ones I want to discuss.
Yeah, and agreed.
If we could, before we move on, I just want to make sure that we give explicit feedback. Is by consensus, is the board agreeable to a group of the 3 may not exceed 50% of the total committee structure? Is that what we're in agreement with? And for example, that means if you had 2 parents, you would at least have to have 1 employee and 1 alternative, 1, what do we call it, layperson, because the parents would not exceed 50%. Does that make sense? You'd have a committee of 4, you may have 2 in 1 category, but they're not exceeding 50% of the total committee structure. So I just, in order for them to make the revisions in writing for you to see next time, I want to make sure that we get some consensus, Mr. Bridges, amongst the board, that that's the direction that we're going.
Yeah, consensus is a word that I'm careful with, because I want to make sure that nobody mistakes that for a vote.
Oh, correct.
Because this is a work session and there will be no voting. But if there is a direction that board members wish to advocate, now's the time to bring that forward. This is probably a good opportunity to talk a little bit about process. Our rulemaking process has worked very well for a long time until it didn't. You know, and we discovered a couple of weeks ago at board meeting that we had an eventuality come up that our process didn't address very well, and that has to do with making amendments at the day of adoption. And I've done considerable digging and discussion with my colleagues across the state, and what I have concluded is that Chapter 120 of the Administrative Procedures Act, and specifically where it comes to rulemaking, is not very apt for what school boards do. It's designed for state agencies, and in particular executive agencies of the state. So it doesn't work perfectly for school boards. There are some call-outs at the end of 120 that exceptions for for boards of education, but still the statute runs into itself when it comes to rulemaking. What I'm going to suggest to you is a pragmatic approach, I think, and that is if board members want to make amendments, you got to do that at the board meeting where you're authorized to take action on items. So if we do that, logically that would happen at a board meeting after the public hearing. You'd have your public hearing, then the board discusses, and you could propose amendments. If there are no amendments, then that policy can go ahead and be adopted. I'm going to suggest to you that you put the adoption off to the meeting following the meeting at which you hold the public hearing. So if you do that, you can have the public hearing. If you decide that there are going to be amendments, we can go back to square one, make those changes, bring them back to the school board so that members of the public would have the opportunity to come and address those changes. If there are no amendments made, then you can go ahead and adopt at the next board meeting. You wouldn't have to do anything else. But once again, if you make amendments, Mr. Sharpless proposes an amendment, makes a motion to that effect, the board votes in favor of the amendment, then at that point, we need to make the change to the policy and then bring it back to the board so that you can once again engage in rulemaking in the public and have a subsequent public hearing on the policy as revised. Does that make sense? The objective is to make sure that the public has the opportunity to comment on the final language that the board's going to vote on. Now, there are boards like us where we vote at the same meeting. We do our adoption at the same meeting where we do the public hearing. That works just fine if there are no amendments. But to be on the safe side and to build in opportunity for this to happen, my suggestion to you is going to be that we schedule on a going-ahead basis, schedule the adoption for the meeting following the public hearing. And once again, if there are no amendments, you put it on the consent agenda and it's an action item and you take care of it. But if there are amendments, that gives you the opportunity to start the process over so the public has the opportunity to come and address those amendments. Does that make sense? It's going to add an extra meeting to the process if there are amendments. Mm-hmm. But it ensures that you have a formal opportunity to make amendments that everybody understands. And it also ensures that members of the public have the opportunity, as they should, to come and address the final language that the board's actually going to adopt.
All right, so board members, you've got some thoughts here as a recommendation from our attorney. Ms. Miller, you're up. Do you want to address that? Or
You kind of went off on that, but I just wanted to clarify something before they discuss the changes that we talked
Sure.
about. I just want to make sure the public that initiates these challenges wants to see the process continue. I just want to make sure that, or maybe we can add language, if somebody doesn't show up and it falls under that percentage, it's not going to stop. Like, how do we keep the process going? I can't make people do this. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, because we don't have a provision in our policy to deal with with quora.
so we're going to allow that many to enter the process. If it drops from that, like, I don't want the process to stop. I don't want the committee to say, oh, we have to wait
I would go so far as to say that I would suggest that the process not go forward if you do not have anyone present from any one of these categories. In other words, if your committee is 3 people, one of each,
Right?
and you convene to meet and one of them doesn't show up,
Stops the process.
well, you won't have a representative.
Okay, I just want to be mindful that I don't want to slow down
Yeah,
the meeting, the process.
Point taken. But but the fact is, if you have a committee of 3, one's not there, first off, you've got an even number, which is likely to result
Right.
50% of the time in a tie. So that's difficult. But if the idea is to make sure that in this committee, that parents have a voice, the staff has a voice, and there's a lay community member that has a voice, and one of those 3 does not show up, that constituency is not going to have a voice.
Okay, so then we wait for that person to show. Ms. Davis, do you have input on what would happen? I don't want to I just want to make sure it's a fair process for the people that are involved in that.
We've never had a committee that has been that small, right? So
Okay.
we've gone with if we had the majority of the members that were present.
Okay,
Typically, if a member is not going to be there, then they will submit their review form and their ballot. It will come in, most of the time on the school committees, those came in ahead of time. Like they communicated with the media specialist that I'm ill, I'm not going to be able to be there. And so then we still had that form that was submitted. Even during 2 years ago when we had the 16 book challenge, we reviewed all those books. We had some that were absentee ballots that were submitted.
Okay.
But we still had the majority of the members present to go ahead and move forward. So we didn't have an entire group that was not included and represented.
so changing this from 1 or more, you would have a percentage, you would have more than 1 hopefully show, and you'd have a larger group. Okay, and secondary to what you suggested, Wes, I think is 100%. We shouldn't be making amendments and voting on things without the public's input.
I think we can clean that up.
Yeah.
And the important thing here, once again, our processes have worked very well until they didn't. But now we're in a situation where we have board members who want to make amendments to policies that are important, that are emotionally charged, that are going to possibly be, I don't know if controversial is a good word, but there are going to be different sides, different positions advocated. I think that the best way to do that, or a good way to do that, is to separate the vote to adopt from the public hearing and give the board members the opportunity to make amendments, to propose amendments after the public hearing, and then and that way they can be brought back to the board for a second public hearing, and the public will have the opportunity to comment on the amended policy. I think that's critical. And there are, if the board is making technical changes, non-substantive changes like we talked about earlier, that's not a problem. I think we can do that without going back to square one. But if you're changing the process, if you're changing the way due process is made available to one side or the other, it's important that they have the opportunity to come and speak to the actual language that the board is adopting. The alternative to that is to adopt it, if you wanted to continue doing it at the same meeting as the public hearing, you can make the policy effective 21 days hence to give people the opportunity to file a rule challenge. To me, I think the cleaner thing, unless you've got a rule that has a statutory deadline and we got a crunch time, the cleaner way to do it is just move that adoption to the meeting following the public hearing. And that way, if we know if there are amendments, we have the opportunity to bring those back. And once again, if there are not any amendments, you just have it on the agenda as an action item for the next meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bridges. Ms. Wyatt, you're recognized.
I apologize. Mine's still there.
Okay.
I thought I canceled it.
Yep, no worries. So, in this, I know we had a conversation about this. So you're saying then, if no amendments are brought, right? So the public hearing is initiated, we go through public comment, let's just say there's not even a public comment on the particular policy that's in front of us. You're still saying then that we wouldn't adopt that policy during that hearing?
I think the cleanest thing to do would be to treat all policies the same way.
Yep.
Schedule it for a public hearing. You have first reading at work section. You have the public hearing at a regularly scheduled board meeting, and then you schedule it for adoption at the meeting following that meeting.
Okay.
Once again, unless there's a time crunch, in which case we'll do what we have to do. But that would build in the opportunity for board members to make amendments.
Yep.
And for the public to have the opportunity to comment on those amendments and have the benefit of a 28-day advertisement to make those decisions. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
Yep. All right, so board members, that's that suggestion there. I know we were discussing, what is considered a technical change, right? Because, yes, we brought this policy back to discuss in a work session, whereas, were these proposals, in a sense, just technical changes, or do you see that these were considered substantive changes? And I'm just saying that
I think
in regards to
if
future.
we're changing the composition of the committee who reviews it,
Yeah.
that's a change that I would bring as an amendment, so the public can see it and come comment on it. Now, if we're talking about, Mr. Sharpless also made another suggestion about expanding the amount of time to file an appeal. I would call that a technical change. It's not going to compromise a protected interest of anybody. It just gives greater opportunity for due process to anybody challenging. And I don't think anybody's ever going to complain about too much due process.
Yep.
So I'd call that a technical change. But if you're changing the composition of the committee and how they operate, I'd call that a substantive change.
Yep. All right, very good.
And I'll be happy to serve as gatekeeper for those things and give you a rationale on the record for why it should be a technical change or why it is a substantive change that would that ought to be handled with greater process. And that way it's on the record, and anybody wants to challenge it, they can.
Yep. And I was just bringing that forward just because the statute does address technical changes in the moment in regards to amendment. However, if we are in agreement that, we will not be adopting in that moment, even with the technical change, it would not be adopted till the following. It's not an
Right,
issue at this point.
Yeah, if you're putting it off till then, the technical change would be included with the policy, whether it's amended or not,
Right.
and the public has the opportunity to comment on it.
All right.
So it's no longer an issue.
Okay. So we'll keep going. Ms. Miller, you've got,
Yes,
you're recognized. Mhm.
I just want to make sure we're very careful with that, Wes, because what can consider to be, I appreciated this conversation. It helped us work the solution out. If we'd have been forced to vote on something, we might have voted against something or for something that we didn't have the whole information on. Specifically, you talked about those days. This is the bottom line. I don't want to vote. I don't want to make changes on anything and vote on it right away. I think it's due diligence for us to go back and do research and hear from the community. So I'm always going to be in favor if we're going to change something and it's going to be different than what the community expected when they walked in with an agenda, that it's not voted on that day. It's not fair to the community.
Well, I'll tell you this. When I reached out to my colleagues across the state, what I discovered was there's not a pattern. What I discovered is there is no consistency. What I discovered is that districts do it all different kind of ways because, once again, the statute does not lend itself well to how school districts, school boards operate that meet once a month. So there really wasn't. But when I looked at how the other districts did it, I'll put it this way, my stomach told me that the districts that schedule the vote for the meeting after the public hearing have got the right of it. I think that is the better way to proceed, unless, once again, there's a statutory deadline and you've got to take action.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, and that's pertaining specifically to public hearing items. As it relates to agenda items, you are following parliamentary.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Correct.
But for rulemaking, for rulemaking where you're required to have public hearings, it has crystallized to me the best practice. there are several different ways you can do it. But I think the best practice is going to be to schedule that vote for the meeting following, once again, to allow board members the opportunity, the formal opportunity to make amendments, which you have expressed a desire to be able to do. This is a good way to do it.
All right. So no further discussion on that. I would like to pull this.
I have not received an answer to my question. So, Mr. Bridges, I don't know if I can ask board members yay or nay, or if I can simply ask them, do they have any objection to the 50%
Well,
cap?
there's
Because
a
otherwise,
clean way.
there's no change going to happen in writing.
Right, if there's, my suggestion is read your crowd, and that gives you, that if you can discern the political will of the school board as you listen to them speak, great. Please do not ask them to do anything resembling a vote.
But I need some direction. This is how we got into this conversation the first time. So, based off the fact I've heard no.
Are there others who would advocate for?
I've not heard anybody advocate against it, and, I think 50% is reasonable, so that will be what I bring back to you in writing, and the board can take action on that, or not take action on it at a subsequent meeting, so. All right, we're good.
Yeah, no, agreed. And I think we've worked out how these amendments will be brought forward. But at this point, I think it is wise of us as a board to have some legitimacy to make the change, and as we've been doing in work session today around this language. So, could I have a board member that would actually propose specifically the language to Neola that's presented? Yeah, I mean, this is.
I've been on the.
All right, Ms. Wyatt.
So can we just, are we okay, Wes, to just say where our heads are? Of the three groups, of the three groups we have listed, no more represents more than 50% on the committee, I think is what I would like to see. Can other board members say what they would like to see?
I think we're good.
Okay.
I've heard no substantive objection to that. So based off what Ms. Bridges say, I'm moving forward. So.
All right.
Work for you.
So, we're still on this policy at this point. Thank you, Ms. Wyatt. And I think we'll continue on, but I think there's more discussion on the policy. I know, Mr. Sharpless, you've wanted to address some other concerns on this, and you are recognized.
Sure. So I had two other things I wanted to talk about. I think I'm only going to talk about one of them, and that is at the beginning of the page 3, you have a list of the state adopted objection form, what it needs to be on there, right? What should be included, okay? And then further down on page 4, on the letter D, it says the committee in evaluating the question material shall be guided by the following criteria. I would like to see what we've added under A6, depicts or describes sexual conduct as defined in the statute. I would like to see that explicitly in what evaluating the question material the committee shall be guided. I would like to see number 5 and that added in there because that's very specific in the statute. Describe sexual conduct. Okay. All right. So page 3. Sure. Okay. A6B. It talks about whether the challenge material contains content that B, depicts or describes sexual conduct as defined in Florida Statute 847.001, and goes on. That's on the challenge form. That's what that's talking about. But it's not on D of the next page, in the committee in evaluating the question material shall be guided by the following criteria. I would like to see number 5 added in that language be added in there.
It does seem like sort of a threshold question for the committee.
Isn't the form that they utilize then also encompassed in, no? Okay, then yes, we can add that in. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the policy itself, so.
So,
Yeah, the bottom line is if it does depict or describe sexual conduct as defined, that ends the inquiry. And you don't have to look at any other question. That seems to be a threshold question, does it not?
we've got the state form, which is what the complainant fills out. Then we've got the committee's review form, which encompasses the next set of questions. And currently, there's a rubric kind of checklist on that form that says, could this material be objectionable for any of the following reasons? And that's where it lists profanity, sexual conduct, and it lists, there's about 12 different things that it lists. Could it be considered offensive for any of those reasons? So if you would like to see more specific language than the current rubric, then we would change that current review form is what the committees are using when they're going through and looking at that. That review form is also available on the district webpage. We're in compliance with everything that's required as far as for making that available to the public there. So that state review form is there, and the current committee review form is on there as well.
Yeah, I don't think this is a criticism of the form. I think this is a comment that the proposed policy item D does list 4 things that the committee is specifically supposed to be guided by. It does not ask the committee or suggest as a criteria the one that Mr. Sharpless had pointed out, which is, to me, it seems like truly a threshold question. You know, is the material I've lost it here. Does it describe sexual conduct as defined? And that's a straight lift. But if you put that in there as one of the things the committee is to be guided by, once again, if the answer to that is yes, it does, then we don't have to ask any of the other questions. We're done.
So you're saying you want that added to the current review form?
We already
No. We're talking about adding that to the proposed policy.
I think what you're saying is that language is already in the rubric that they use when they're reviewing. It's just not part of the guiding principles that are identified.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think I agree with Mr. Sharpless that
they sign as committee members. That was the reason we drafted that.
Right.
but we can harmonize those two things.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want to be clear. It wasn't. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I want the policy to reflect what's happening.
Right.
So
So would you like that to go above number 1, that
you can put it as number 5. Sure, absolutely.
All right, Ms. Wyatt, you're recognized.
So if under D, is that not codified? I'm trying to understand how, so in A, 6, A through D, are those not all codified under D 1 through 4? I would think that it would be the objectivity of the material is what that is under, or the appropriateness of the material, that it's already. So by moving it or by adding a number 5, we're essentially duplicating something that's already there. And if we're duplicating it for 1, then why would we not be duplicating it for 6A or 6C or 6D?
Because we do address, age and maturity appropriateness earlier. These are duplicates. I think Ms. Sharpless has a certain point. The committee is obliged to review whether or not it contains material that is contrary to the statute.
All right, I don't see any other comments at this point.
Item number 6 tells you what has to be included in the complaint or in the challenge. The committee's charge here with items 1 through 4 is an instruction to them. Should they be guided by the statute?
Yeah, if I can offer a little insight, the statute that was changed with House Bill 1069 added that new definition for sexual conduct. Prior to that, the statute already listed pornography, age appropriateness, and suitability as the three criteria. So it kind of created a fourth criteria because the issue became, how do you define pornography? And as we all know, I know it when I see it. Okay, well, if you add a statutory definition of sexual conduct, that would encompass pornography as well as sexual conduct that may not reach the level of pornography, but it would still be considered inappropriate for minors, as the legislature has decided. So I think the issue we're having is we're taking a form that pre-existed the change in the law, and now we are trying to update it to include the change, which is that statutory definition of sexual conduct. So with this policy, the state gave us an intake form for objections, and the state form that they gave us includes that definition, and that's what the first part, Section A, covers. Our review forms did not include that. The state has not given us a review form that included that. So to try to fix, that and try to make sure that our committee members were considering that according to statute, I actually had drafted a form that includes, it's an acknowledgement form that gives a statutory definition of sexual conduct. It explains that statute, where they then were signing that they acknowledge that they understand the law and that they are going to consider that in their consideration. What sounds like what Mr. Sharpless is asking is that we include that new part from the statute into our review forms, so that instead of having two forms, essentially we would have one form. I believe that's kind of where we're headed.
Mr. Sharpless, you're recognized.
Yeah, I would also say I would like to see it in the policy, and that's what I'm trying to go back to. This isn't about any opinions. This is just state statute. So I would like to see the state statute that was just adopted this last session. I would like to see, or not this last session, the one prior. Sorry, I forgot we just got done with session. But I would like to just see that reflected in our policy, really. In which that would guide the form, because the form has to flow from our policy.
And I would agree with Mr. Bridges' assessment that is a threshold, that is a separate consideration besides age appropriateness or suitability. If a book has that statutorily defined conduct in it, that ends the inquiry altogether. This is a direct attack on the Miller test. We are no longer looking at the overall whole of a book to see if, well, yeah, it's got that conduct, but I'm okay with it because the rest of the book is edifying. The legislature took a different stance on that, and it may be challenged at some point. That may be a conflict, but if we're going to follow the state law, then that's what we're seeing across the state. Other districts are pulling these books because they are finding that these books have that conduct in it, regardless of the rest of the consideration. So that's kind of where we're trying to head with our policy as well.
All right, I see no other comments. Thank you at this point. So if we see this, if nobody's in objection to this, you have an opportunity to vote on it in the future. Is this language that we would move forward on?
And ladies and gentlemen, just to be clear, the definition that is cited in that statute refers to the criminal code and the statutory definition of obscenity. And so paragraph 19 says sexual conduct means actual or simulated sexual intercourse, deviant sexual intercourse, sexual bestiality, masturbation, or sadomasochistic abuse, actual or simulated lewd exhibition of the genitals, actual physical contact with a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or if such person is a female, breast, with the intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of either party, or any act or conduct which constitutes sexual battery or simulates that sexual battery is being or will be committed. A mother's breastfeeding of her baby does not under any circumstance constitute sexual conduct. So it's that there is a statutory definition that we are held to there, and it's pretty broad.
Ms. Fields, you're recognized.
I just want to make sure before we go to the next item, what are we agreeing on here? My understanding is that we're agreeing on the 50%. Now, we in another area now, so are we leaving it as it is, or what's being proposed?
Yeah.
That's my question. I want to make sure I'm understanding before we go, because I don't want to assume anything.
Mr. Sharpless, you're recognized.
The change that I would like to see in the language would be that we add on D, on page 4, I would like to see a fifth criteria there. It says the committee in evaluating the question material shall be guided by the following criteria. And I would like to see that say depicts or describes sexual conduct as defined in ... which is on the previous page 6B. That's, to me, it just makes it clear.
All right, Ms. Fields, you're recognized.
So Mr. Davis just made a comment on why it's not included. So I'm just trying to understand if he and Council Bridges have had conversation, why is it not included where he says it should be, or he would like to see it?
Yes, so we have not had conversation on that. We've talked in general about what the law might require, but as far as working on this proposal, I've not had much input on it.
But I think Mr. Davis makes a good point that the language as it exists was created under the old statute that did not include that element. And with the new statute, I think we do reference it in item 6, but it would be good form to add it to the other let's see here, I'm losing my place here, but to the things that the committee should be guided by in their approach. It is certainly something that they should consider. And we do call out in item D the appropriateness of the material for age and maturity level of the students, which is one of the specific criteria that was listed in number 4 above. So I think it would not be inappropriate to include that as one of the elements that the committee must consider. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Fields and Mr. Bridges. All right. No other comments on that? Nobody in opposition to that? And again, you have an opportunity to express your voice on that in our upcoming meeting. Any other discussion on this particular policy? Anybody else? Well, I'll bring 2 recommendations as well. For if you can scroll down to letter G. My thoughts are on this one, that I would like to see a modification. Actually, it's letter F. So letter F says the committee's recommendations shall be reported to the superintendent in writing within 15 days following the formation of the committee. And then it says the superintendent will advise the complaint in writing of the committee's recommendation and advise the board of the action taken or recommend it. So I would like to see a time frame there, that it's brought back to us for the board to receive information regarding the committee's recommendation. So I would like to see 5 days there. So that would be, again, letter F. And then letter G, I would like to see the same, where basically it'd be a 5-day window that it would come back to us. So currently, there's not really, and not to say that we don't get this information, but it'd be good to have it in policy. But for example, in G, it'd be the same. The complainant may appeal this decision within 15 days is what we've changed it to at this point to the board through a written request to the superintendent, who shall forward the request within 5 days, or the request and all written materials related to the matter to the board within 5 days. I'm open to suggestions as well on time, but I think it would be a good thing to put a time frame on that. Ms. Fields, you're recognized.
Thank you. Superintendent Hyde, is 5 days realistic for you?
Well, yeah, because arguably you're looking at 20 days. So if the committee recommendation comes to me within 15 days, and I notify the board within 5 days after that, that's fine. That's sufficient. Typically, the board gets an update on a Friday anyways, so I want to make sure I put that out there again on the record, that the board has never not received an update as to book challenges in a timely manner. And I know that's not what Dr. Allen's saying, so I want to make sure, again, for the record, that people understand that each and every time, not only do you get the voting, you get the total votes, and you get the information on which schools and what their ultimate decisions were, so, and you get the date, so that you know from that point, if there's going to be an appeal, you know that we're starting the clock at that point. Also, just worthy of noting, the 15 is already in the policy. This was arguably a mild correction because it said 15 days and then in paren, and then it said 30 days. So this was essentially a correction because in our existing policy, it's written exactly how it's seen here. So, and when you look out across the state, having done some analysis across multiple school districts, we tend to be very much we're consistent with everyone else. Hillsborough County has a 10-day requirement. Orange County has a 10-day requirement. Osceola County has a 15-day requirement. Duval County does not have a requirement because essentially they bypass the board and they go directly to the magistrate's office. Broward County does the same thing. They do not have a secondary appeal. It goes directly to the magistrate. And then Dade County is 15 days. So we're right in the range with 15 days for an appeal to take place. So,
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Nolte, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. I agree with your changes that you made there, or your suggestions. I think they were well thought out.
Thank you, Mr. Nolte. Yeah, and I'll definitely state on record as well, Superintendent, I appreciate your communication, and it's been consistent. So, just to codify, for sure.
Can you reiterate what it is that you were looking for in that?
Correct. So in letter F, the superintendent will advise the complainant in writing of the committee's recommendation and advise the board of the action taken or recommend it within 5 days, within 5 business days.
Thereafter.
And then in letter G as well.
clarification, you're not recommending that we move G to 5 days, correct? You're maintaining it at 15 days?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But adding in the
15
5.
days for appeal, but within 5 days thereafter.
Right.
Superintendent will communicate to the board.
Correct. All right. I see no other comments. And Superintendent Hyde, do you want to address anything else?
No, I think we're good. I think there needs to be, I think, some further discussion, again, about how I can ensure that I'm best addressing your needs when it comes to these types of issues with policy, because, you know, the ambiguity at times can be frustrating for both of us. You know, at the last meeting, we talked about this and staff didn't make the revisions, but it's because I didn't get consensus from the board that the revision was required. And sometimes the board, each of you shares your thoughts, your opinions, your perspective, but it doesn't necessarily codify a change. And so we don't want to operate in ambiguity either. So thank you for allowing us, and I'll work with Mr. Bridges to find the most appropriate mechanism. And if it's really just a matter of not hearing any objection to proposed language or proposed solution to an issue, then quite frankly, I'm fine operating with that. But again, today was much different than what we've had before, because almost all of you voiced opinions about that, and I saw heads nodding and things like that. So I feel much more confident moving forward with those directions. So, But by and large, the inclusion of the statute, it's just a statutory reference. We do that consistently throughout the entirety of our board policies. The timelines are not an issue. It doesn't change the timeline for the complainant. So I think we're fine.
Procedurally, so that I understand this and we can arrange notices. We've had a rule development workshop today, and you've voiced changes that you wanted to make. We can do this a couple of different ways. Either Mr. Davis and Ms. Clapp and the team can take what you've done today back, make revisions, and then we bring it to you for first reading at a work session, then schedule it for a public hearing. Or we can schedule it for a public hearing, and you can make the changes that you have proposed today formally by way of amendment at that time. That would add another month to the process. I think, based on your direction today, which is in public and pursuant to the notice that was given, they've got a good map for what the changes ought to look like. So if we could do that, we could go ahead and get it on the next available work session for reading one. And at that time, I'll request authority to advertise a public hearing for us to bring it back. Does that make sense? It's clean.
Yep.
It's clean. Does that work for Amanda? No, I'm talking about this policy. Yeah, this policy. We had board members who wished to propose amendments. If we do that by setting this for a vote, and then they make the amendments formally at that time, that's going to add another month to the process. We had a public meeting today of which this has been discussed, and what we can do is just start right now. We know what the substantive changes that they're looking for look like. The team puts those together. We do a notice of rulemaking for the next work session. We bring that language with the changes to the board. And at that point, we can set it for a public hearing if there are no amendments and go and just, it'll be like any other policy. So we'll act like we're doing, it's a do-over right now. But we got to give the public opportunity to comment on the changes. So we have to have a public hearing for that purpose.
But you want to have a work session?
I would suggest it because the board, right now, these changes are all pie in the sky. We've talked about what they ought to look like, but the board has to see them. And more importantly, when they go to a public hearing, that language has to be finalized and in place at the time of the advertisement. So if we have a work session, the board has the opportunity to review the language as it's been adapted by the team, make sure it meets their requirements, and if it does, then at that point, we go final with the language, we advertise the public hearing, and we're off to the races.
Way to do it.
So I just want to be sure that I'm clear. The only policy that we are holding from today is this last one that we are discussing, and it will be brought back with the amendments
Right.
for the board to review. The other 66 will move forward with advertising for public hearing.
Right.
Does that help you?
Yeah, there's been no indication, and at that time, at the public hearing, the public will have opportunity to come and speak, and based on that input, if the board wishes to make changes, they can propose amendments at that time.
Correct.
Which would then be brought forward. Got it.
I just wanted to make sure that there were a couple that I think you wanted some clarification on protocols and procedures, but not necessarily
Policy change
itself, Ms. Miller. Is that correct? I mean, I know that one of them for you was 2460, which is the
one about the
special education.
of people who are
Yes.
seniors due to transition.
Yes.
Do we need to list that explicitly? I don't know. That was my question. There were 3 or 4 in there that you've added things to, and I don't know if.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is I didn't know if you guys wanted us to pull those up right now and you can look at what we've added now, or if you want to pull all of those that we.
Changes, I think you should go to a work session, don't you?
We got a work session, we can go ahead and do it.
Okay.
It's clean.
We will identify then, it won't be 66 policies that go forward but it will be a good number. So, very.
Whatever goes forward at the public hearing, if there are no amendments, we'll schedule for an action item at the following board meeting. If there are amendments, we'll have to make those changes and bring them back.
I'm going to try and make this last one quick, because we need to go back to the GED policy number 5465, really to address questions that from Ms. Fields and others. So the question was, why is there a limitation of 3? So initially, our review was that there's a 60-day between each assessment. However, upon further clarification, you can take the test 3 times consecutively, and then after that, there must be a gap of at least 60 days. So there is nothing from the Department of Education, nor statute, nor rule, that limits or restricts the number of times to 3. So if the board would like to strike that, I don't know that I would recommend that we change it to 6 or to 7. I simply would strike it and say that a candidate may take the GED in accordance with Florida guidelines or Florida Department of Education guidelines. But
If I may interrupt, Mr. Hyde, I did put in some additional language. I struck out the language, and then I put in something about they may take it, 3 times consecutively, basically that language. There's no,
60 days from now.
and then you must have a 60-day rest period if you don't pass. Because I do think that is an important piece.
Sure.
Because if I don't pass it within, those 3 consecutive takings of it, but I did put in additional language for
So
consideration.
that would be one that would come back to the next workshop. But I want to make sure before we wrap up here, if we could, Mr. Chair, Ms. Fields, does that address your question? And then I think there was one other question about it, and I want to make sure that I don't miss it. But I think the 3 consecutive was the most significant concern that we had. So that sounds like that's been addressed. It'll come back to you in a workshop, probably along with 5 or 6 others, and then we'll move forward from there. So,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
That concludes policy review for today.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Hyde. So moving forward, I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. So when policies come, Mr. Bridges, before us in a work session, and we're making recommended changes to those policies, those are going to have to come back to another work session before they would even go to the public hearing.
If you're making amendments, I think those have to be made at a public meeting, logically, after the public hearing. You would make changes based on input from the public. But rule development workshop, like today, we have not advertised a public hearing yet. The language is not final. We've had a conversation. Direction has been given to the team. They're going to make those changes, which they will bring to you. And if you are happy with those changes, at that time, final language, we'll be prepared to advertise the public hearing and approve the policy at the following meeting.
Okay. So in essence, 2 work sessions before public hearing, if there are recommended changes that are coming during our work sessions.
Right. And if there are no recommended changes, the language is good and we can advertise.
All right. Very
But
good.
the important thing is that the language being voted on by the school board needs to be finalized at the time of the public notice. The purpose of the notice is to advise the members of the public that the language is available for their review. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bridges. All right, board members, moving down on the agenda, we do have board member comments. If anybody wants to speak to anything at this point, now would be your time. And as we move forward, I just want to say thank you to Neola and your time that you've given to us today. And it's great to see y'all as well. Indeed. All right, Ms. Fields, you're recognized. Okay. Mr. Sharpless, you're recognized.
The only thing I want to say is we have one board member that's not here today, and it might be because it's her birthday. So I want to just publicly say happy birthday to board member Cunningham if you're listening. And your presence was missed today. But I hope you're having a fun time on your birthday.
Happy birthday, Mrs. Cunningham, wherever you are.
Yes.
Very nice. And then I don't see any other board comments. Board members, FSBA has sent out a survey that they're asking for you to fill out. Basically, it was designed to gauge your interest in serving in various FSBA activities and roles. So if you can take a look at that and please give some feedback to FSBA. At this point, this work session is adjourned.